steaming, poaching, broiling, and others. For each type of cooking, there are considerations to be made, particularly the cookware piece to be used. Aside from the type of cooking, considerations like the quantity of ingredients and serving must be considered. Here are the different types of cooking methods. But first, before I'll go through that, let me ask you one question. Who is responsible for your family's health? Diseases like heart disease, cancer, diabetes, obesity, and other lifestyle diseases can be prevented with proper nutrition and healthy diet. According to well-respected organizations here in Australia, there are healthy recommendations from the Heart Foundation. Eating plenty of vegetables, fruits, and whole grains is consistently linked to people having healthier hearts. Eating with less sodium, that is salt, can reduce the risk of developing high blood pressure and heart disease. Eating low in saturated and trans fats with no added sugar can help to reduce the risk of high blood pressure and heart disease. From the Cancer Council Australia, eating a healthy balanced diet reduces the risk of developing cancer. Improving your diet can be as simple as eating more vegetables, fruits, and legumes. There is evidence to suggest that eating processed meats can increase the risk of developing cancer. Now, from the Health Direct Australia, they recommend that limit the intake of foods containing fat, added salt, added sugars, and alcohol. Low-calorie diet can be effective method of losing weight for some obese people. Swap unhealthy and high-energy food choices such as fast food, processed food, and sugary drinks for healthier choices. An average home will lose up to 85% of the nutrients from their food due to the process of preparing and cooking the food. Peeling our food, most nutrients are under the skin. Water. Vitamins are water soluble. Therefore, if you wash and cook or boil your food and fresh fruits and vegetables, you're gonna also lose the vitamins and nutrients on it. Boiling, cooking over 90 degrees Celsius destroys nutrients. Excessive heat, high heat above 100 degrees Celsius is also loses the nutrients from our food. Oxidation, air and light strips nutrients. Now, in 1925, University of Wisconsin conducted a study on the loss of mineral and other constituents from vegetables by various methods of cooking, and they focused on the iron, calcium, phosphorus, and magnesium as these elements most likely to be deficient in an average diet. They found out that boiling can lose up to 48% of these minerals. Steaming and pressure cooking loses up to 21%. In the book of Science of Nutrition by Paul R. McCann, The Science of Nutrition, cooking water less will only result to an average of 2% loss on these elements. So these are the different types of cooking now. I'm just going to go through it very quickly. Baking. Baking is a healthy option to reduce fat content. Use a toxin-free pan, dish, or cookware with or without a cover. A good piece can be a good alternative to retain moisture and flavors. The next one is braising. Braising is a slow cooking technique to brown the ingredients with a little amount of water. So that's basically waterless cooking as well, if you think about it. The liquid formed in braising is commonly used as broth or mixed in a sauce. To prevent overcooking the ingredients, a toxin-free cookware piece makes a practical choice in getting the desired consistency. Next one is broiling and grilling. Both broiling and grilling allow the food to be directly exposed to the heat while letting the fat drip away. To prevent burning the food, use toxin-free cookware that can control the heat exposure. Poaching. Poaching is one of the light cooking techniques allowing the ingredients to simmer in water or any flavored liquid. Because of controlled heat, the flavors and ingredients are retained. Roasting. The cooking style is similar to baking at a high temperature. Roasting requires the right temperature and cooking time for each type of ingredient. To enhance the texture and nutrients of the food, toxin-free cookware serves as the best pan for cooking. Sauteing or frying. Sauteing is one of the traditional cooking techniques. Ingredients are usually sliced thin and pieces are lightly fried in a few minutes, like, stir frying. This is a good example. Now, searing. Searing is another browning technique from which the surface of the food is exposed to high heat. It intends to lock the flavor and add crusty texture, especially for proteins. Steaming is one of the simplest cooking techniques using a steamer. The steam is contained to cook the food. Stir frying. I mentioned a while ago about stir frying, but this is actually a specific cooking method, a traditional Asian method using a wok or a large frying pan where ingredients are quickly stirred over high heat. However, the cooking process itself has been discovered that it may trigger a toxic level caused by cookware materials. When cooking the cookware materials, the results in a toxic reaction affecting the quality of food. This makes food unsafe and unhealthy for consumption. I'm just gonna post this. Imagine your hard work to feed. This is actually, by the way, my family when we are actually cooking at home. Imagine you work hard to feed your family healthy meals, shopping for the best ingredients, limiting snacks, and including fruits and vegetables in your diet are important steps toward a healthy lifestyle. But did you know your cookware can also impact your family's health? So let me discuss about food poisoning. The toxicity in the food may lead to food poisoning if not eradicated. Here are important things you need to know about non-toxic cooking. Cookware selection. Proper selection of cookware is a significant step towards safe and healthy cooking. Are you eating your cookware? Do you know that leaching of heavy metals from household cookware is a health concern? These materials can enter the food that we eat and tend to bioaccumulate their concentration over time. Although toxicity depends on the amount ingested, exposure to cadmium and lead can cause severe toxic effects even in low amounts. Proper selection of cookware is a significant step towards safe and healthy cooking. And I also mentioned this a while ago, but I just actually want to reiterate it. There were a study by OK International that cookware can be made with scrap metal contaminates food. A study across 10 countries warns of lead and other toxic metals. They have experimented on aluminum and cast iron, and they found out that heavy metal could lurk from our cookware. These cookware samples contain traces of lead, and leaching can be enhanced further by cooking with acidic ingredients like tomato sauce. This is also the reason why fuel has become unleaded and lead on paint has been banned since 1970. Surprisingly, this has not been considered removed or banned from our cookware, from most cookware, I actually should say. According to the World Health Organization, there are no regulatory standards specific to lead in cookware, but the World Health Organization and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have determined that there is no safe level of exposure to lead. The dangers of non-toxic cookware. Teflon-coated pans, or non-stick, we call it, was a cover-up since the 1950s and has been poisoning people since its invention. I'm not going to play this video anymore. I can share it to you on the slides and all that. But there's actually a YouTube, of YouTube of this, a YouTube link where you can actually, they discuss about the cover up, how the birth defects in the children. And so here I've just summarized the dangers of non-stick cookware. Toxic chemical, or what we call the PFOA, is released at high temperatures, could cause actually this kind of diseases, or it affects it's got potential effects on our health, like thyroid dysfunctions, osteoarthritis, liver problems, immune disorders, delayed puberty, increased levels of uric acid, cholesterol changes. Cooking with Teflon can make a person sick with a temporary flu if a pan gets overheated. There's this company, DuPont, which issues a consumer warning that fumes from overheated Teflon can be lethal to birds. And you will actually see also in this video that I'm referring. The dangers of non-toxic cookware. Although scientists need more experiments on this chemical, but the International Agency for Research and Cancer has classified PFOA as possibly carcinogenic to humans. You can see in there, they categorize it as group 2B. Now, food poisoning prevention. Aside from clean and hygienic cooking, using toxin-free cooking protects the household members from the health risks of food poisoning. Food consumption will be free from the dangers of toxicity. The kitchen should be considered as a health zone at home or any establishments. Most people don't view their cookware as a major appliance. Since you eat every day and your cookware is the last item your food touches, why not view it as the most important appliance? It is where food, tools, and appliances are kept. It is essential for daily activities that are basically linked to physical health. Toxin-free cooking is a lifetime investment for your family. If you value your family's health, it's time to make that switch to toxin-free cookware now. I'm Judith Viado, co-founder of NutriCraft, a mother, an entrepreneur, an educator, and a health advocate of toxin-free cooking. Together, let us embrace this new journey to a healthier, happier, and successful life. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, doctor. Any questions?
Have I stopped sharing?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, madam.
I stopped, right? Okay.
Yes. Any questions? Any questions to Dr. Judith?
Have you got any questions? But I'll share to you later on that PowerPoint as well, if you like, and the link on that study on the PFOA and the birth defects and all that.
Yes, yes. Just thank you. Could you please comment on, you got a question from Dr. Sarah Diaz, madam. Thank you. Could you please comment on disposable food packing?
Disposable food packaging. It is actually a broad topic, but if you actually ask me about what research or findings I found on aluminum food packaging, there's actually part of my slides that they've actually sort of advised to discontinue the use of it.
Yeah.
But my abstract or my study is not focused on the food packaging. It's basically a heat applied to a cookware, and then there's a reaction of the cookware to our food, and that leads to the toxicity of toxic chemicals that comes out from the cookware and affects our food integrity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I could later on probably also add that in my further studies, but right now I'm just focusing on educating our community on the cookware and all that, because we had some health problems and and found some solution. Our cookware was one of the reason that gives our good health and all that. Of course, fresh fruits and ingredients, because you could have the best organic food, the most expensive organic food, but when it touches a toxic cookware, then of course it still goes to our body and changes what you're getting from that food.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah.
Any further questions? Any questions to Dr. Julia? Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you very much, madam. We want to compliment on your topic. Thanks for sharing your tips with us. Looking to forward you again next time. Yes. Now we ask the next presentation will be Dr. Vieng Ling from Brazil. So we'll be sharing behalf of you, madam. Just to try once from your side. If anything goes wrong, we'll be playing from our side. We have got your PPT from our side. Just proceed with the presentation.
Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see now?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. My name is Juan Weilin. I'm medical doctor from Brazil. I'm sorry for the problems that in the first presentation. I thank you, Judith Viado from Australia to present first presentation. It was very good. I have 60 specialties. My first specialty is infectious disease, but I am a special, my second specialty is parenteral and enteral nutrition, but I have specialization in Chinese dietary counseling. And for the first 25 years, I'm working with acupuncture and all traditional Chinese medicine tools. And in this presentation today is entitled, is there any correlation between the ingestion of some kinds of foods and the headache? According to Western medicine, headache is not a symptom, but a disease its own right. And headache is a common presentation in a primary care. It affects patients' work, relationship, and social activities, and exacts a significant social and financial cost. And while headaches make up 5% of the global disease burden in terms of disability, the Singapore lifetime prevalence of headaches has been reported to be 82% and that of migraine 9.3%. According to data from the Brazilian Headache Society, 13 million Brazilians have headache daily, a number higher than that found in other countries, such as in the United States, for example. It's an alarming fact. And people usually take painkillers, increase doses, and then change the type, ask for tips from friends, relatives, and pharmacy clerks on more powerful painkillers. And when they get to the specialist, the pain is already daily, and the list of painkillers did no longer resolve is long. And this happens for several reasons. Difficulty in finding a specialist for the correct diagnosis and treatment, trivialization of pain and belief in a self-medication. An overuse of analgesic medication is now the main cause of chronic migraine. And according to Jerome et al. In the article entitled Association of Diet and Headache Among Lifestyle Modalities, nutraceuticals and diet play a notable role in headache, and therefore adjusting one's diet could be useful in preventing and treating headaches. And the main components of the comprehensive diet including carbohydrates, protein, fats, vitamins, and ions. And it's not clear whether these dietary factors prevent or provoke headache attacks. The initiation of a headache migraine attack may occur following consumption of a specific foods items. And these foods items should be identified and eliminated. Moreover, making a specific dietary recommendations based on patients' needs and types of comorbidities could be effective in reducing the frequency of headaches or even preventing initiation of an attack. And I like to use the I see. As I end of talk, the Western medicine is already using the diet to treat headache, but they usually focus on lose weight or take out the foods to trial and error. Thus, I followed what Hippocrates said, that foolish the doctor who despised the knowledge acquired by the ancient and the use of traditional Chinese medicine to treat my patients, not only the symptoms, but looking at the whole body, looking at the problem, at the root of the problem. I'd like to use the metaphor of this tree to explain my reasoning. And the patient seeks the doctor due to headaches, which is in this metaphor of the tree, is the leaves of the tree. You can see that this tree represents the human body, and this tree has a trunk with several branches. Each branch represents one medical specialty, and coming out of each branch, you can see many leaves. And each leaves represent one symptoms and disease treated by each specialty. And in headache, Western medicine is treating at the leaf level, but in this presentation, I will focus in this presentation on what is happening on the roots of this tree that are usually not seen by the naked eye. And in the root of this tree, there is two theories in traditional Chinese medicine, that is the yin and yang theory and the 5-element theory. And also traditional Chinese medicine, they understand that the disease is could be formed by the invasion of the influence of these external pathogenic factors that could be cold, wind, heat, humidity, and dryness, and also the imbalance of energy in the root of this tree, leading to the manifestation of symptoms and disease at the leaf level. And the root of this tree, there are two theories in TCM, that is yin and yang theory and the 5 elements theory. And it is also these energies at the root can be imbalanced firstly by the emotions, and each emotion can imbalance with each element. For example, there is the 5 elements is wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, and each emotion can imbalance each element. For example, the emotion that can balance the wood is the excessive angry, And here the fire is the excessive joy, the earth is the excessive worry, and the metal is grief or sadness, and water is excessive fear. And all the dietary aspects could imbalance these roots, leading to symptoms at the leaf level. And also the influence of the external pathogenic factors leading to the formation of disease itself. And according to traditional Chinese medicine, there are 12 main meridians in the human body, and all pass through the limbs. On the ventral surface of the, on the ventral surface of the upper limbs, there are 3 meridians from the lung, pericardium, and heart. And there are 3 young meridians on the dorsal face, that is large intestine, Sanjiao, and in small intestine. And in the lower limbs, the 3 meridians are those of the spleen, pancreas, the liver, and kidney, which pass through the medial face. The 3 young meridians, the stomach, gallbladder, and bladder, that pass through the anterior, lateral, and posterior surfaces, respectively. And all young meridians comes to the head. The stomach and the large intestine meridian are distributed across the face. And here is the stomach meridians comes to this region, and the large intestine to this region, and the gallbladder is here, and the Sanjiao is here, and the small intestine is here. And there are some other meridians that is not demonstrated here. I will show you in the next slide. And in this presentation, I'm showing you, depends on the part of the head that is the pain, the patient has the pain, is the meridian that is affected. And each meridian has the foods that can imbalance this meridian. And that is why, depending on the location of the pain, you will see which meridian is affected and which food that probably the patient could be ingesting that is causing that pain at that location. Now I will describe one case report to illustrate this presentation. Is a 32-year-old female patient. The background of the patient shown that when she was 16-year-old, she started having pain on the stomach and a burning sensation, as well as strong headaches. And she was diagnosed with reflux through an endoscopy, and treatment was started using lansoprazole and pantoprazole and diet for reflux. And she performed the treatment for 4 years with no success. And she performed surgery for reflux, maintaining the diet, lose 17 kilos in a month, had anemia and lack of vitamin D. And she suffered with these symptoms for several years, having performing more than 8 endoscopies, which would reveal gastritis, even though she did not respond well to the medications. And she then searched for treatment with ancient medical tools, and she was first diagnosed with yin-yang, qi, and blood deficiencies, and heat retention according to TCM diagnosis. And the patient did the chakras energy meridian measurement using a crystal pendulum, and what I found it was that all her chakras were in the minimum level. This procedure I'm using here to is one of the tools that I usually use in my patients to measure what is the energy of the internal organs, because the chakra, there are some studies in the literature correlating the chakras with the 5 elements in TCM, and each element corresponds one internal massive organs. For example, the first chakra corresponds to wood and liver. The second chakra corresponds the water element and kidney. The third is the fire element and corresponds to the heart. And the fourth corresponds to metal and lung. And the 50 is the heart, earth, and the spleen. And what I found is that all her chakras were in the minimum level. This means that the organs were not working properly, and each organ is responsible for the formation of internal energies such as yin, yang, qi, and blood, that are energies very important to maintain health. For example, the kidney is responsible for yin and yang. The spleen is responsible for the absorption of nutrients and formation of blood. The lung and liver is responsible for distribution of qi inside the body, and qi is called the prana in Ayurvedic medicine, or vital energy in homeopathy doctors. And the heart is responsible for controlling this flowing of the blood inside the vessels. And what I did in her case was to first, the first group of foods that I usually orientate the patient to avoid is the ingestion of dairy products and all cow's milk, because dairy is the major source of the formation of headaches, an imbalance of the liver and the gallbladder meridian, and all the stomach meridian too. And that to avoid dairy products, the main thing that I think the patient who had headache, you need to orientate to take out. And the second group is to avoid the raw food, because raw food and sweets and cold drinks and cold water, all these kinds of food could imbalance these spleen, this 50th chakra, that is the spleen, pancreas, meridian, leading to less absorption of nutrients and leading to less nutrition for all internal organs. And the second group of the foods is avoiding the ingestion of coffee, soda, and mate tea, because all this food can reduce or imbalance the kidney energy meridian, leading to that less production of yin and yang. That is important to maintain health. And the third groups of that I usually orientate to avoid when the patient have headache is the ingestion of fried foods, egg, chocolate, honey, coconut, alcoholic beverages, melted cheese, because all these food can imbalance this liver. And liver is the main organ that is affected when the patient has headache. And you need to orientate all these kind of take out of this kind of food to don't imbalance the energy of this patient. And this is some procedure that I usually do, the apex ear bloodletting, to take out the heat here, to take out some 5 drops of blood at the apex of the ear. And here is some auricular acupuncture points that I usually do to balance the internal energy of yin and qi and blood, and to treat the headache. Here are some points that you can usually use to treat the headache, because patient that had problems, you need to treat here in this lobe of the auricle, and the pain in the legs and is at the up of the ear. And here are some medications that I usually use to treat that lack of energy in these chakras energy to improve the internal organs functions and to treat the liver, I use phosphorus. To treat kidney, I use natrium muriaticum. To treat heart, I use sulfur. To treat lung, you use silicia. And to treat spleen, calcare carbonic. This is a theory that I created in 2015 when I began to study homeopathy in Brazil, because in China, when the patient has some energy deficiency in the internal massive organ, they usually use Chinese herbs. And we have Chinese herbs in Brazil, but it's more difficult to find. And that is why I began to study homeopathy. And during my course, I began to to write this new theory, linking homeopathy with traditional Chinese medicine. And that's why nowadays in Brazil, I can prescribe homeopathy medications to treat the internal massive organs using TCM reasoning. And the results of this patient, that the patient had great improvement of her symptoms with the use of Chinese dietary counseling, acupuncture, and apex bloodletting, and with the replenishment of all her internal organs with high diluted medications. And why I'm using highly diluted medication to treat these patients? With the treatment, she was able to stop the use of high concentrated medications such as hydroxyaluminium, omeprazole, and antibiotics for the stomach that was prescribed in the beginning of her treatment that was not improving her symptoms. I will show you why in this presentation. I will see here. I am prescribing highly diluted medication here because there is a law that's called Arndt-Schultz law that was created in 1888 by two German researchers. And in this law, they say that the use of high concentrated medication, that the medication she was using could harm the vital energy, leading to harming even more her vital energy that was already low. That's why in the patients that has this low energy in the chakras, I'm using only highly diluted medication, in this case, the homeopathy medications. And in a research that they did in my clinic, more than 90% of my patients are in the lowest level of energy, like this patient, because probably by the influence of the electromagnetic waves nowadays, due to the 5G technology that is harming the energy of our patients. And that's why I am using only highly diluted medications nowadays to treat all kinds of the disease. In this case, replenishing the energy of the massive organs to treat all kinds of the disease, because all chronic disease has these kind of energy deficiencies. And all these treatments was based on this patient that I treated in 2006. That was the cornerstone of all my treatment. I will tell you very quickly. He was a 70-year-old male patient that was reporting pain in the legs, and he had diagnosis of kidney yang deficiency according to traditional Chinese medicine. And he received the same treatment using Chinese dietary counseling, acupuncture, and auricular acupuncture. And after 10 acupuncture sessions, he reported to me that he went to his ophthalmologist, and his intraocular pressure reduced it from 40 to 17, the first time of his life, because he was treating glaucoma for 40 years with no improvement with the eye drops. And when we did the treatment on the root of the problem, that are the energy imbalances, and he improved it from his symptoms of pain in the legs, and also the glaucoma condition that I was not aware that he had glaucoma in the beginning of his treatment. And this interesting case became all my the cornerstone of all my treatments. And that's why nowadays I'm treating all kinds of disease using treatment in the root of the problem and not just the symptom. Here is to show you that the importance of having yin-yang balanced state. Yin-yang, in all treatment, we need to have yin-yang balance, and here is the demonstration of the various imbalances state. And here's the necessity to achieve this balance between yin and qi blood. Yin-yang here is produced by the kidney or the second chakra. Blood is produced by the 50th chakra, and the regulation of the blood flowing inside the vessel is by the third chakra, and qi is distribution of qi inside the body is by the liver and the lung, the first and the fourth chakra. And if there are some energy deficiencies inside the body, there is a formation of internal heat that can cause, in this case, the formation of headache symptoms too. And here are some questions that you need to ask the patient to see which are the, how is the energy situation of our patients, and to see if the patient has blood deficiency, you need to ask him if he have daily bowel movement. If he don't have daily bowel movement, this could be a sign of blood deficiency. Indeficiency is when the patient feels hot, mainly in the extremities. Qi deficiency is when the patient have excessive sweating during the day. Yang deficiency is when the patient feels cold in the feet, and the heat retention is when the patient has dry mouth, bad breath, bleeding gums, abdominal pain, microhematuria. And here's to show you that all the treatment is based on the root, maintaining the health of these 5 elements. And to maintain the health of the earth, you need to take out all dairy products, raw food, cold water, and the sweets. And to balance the metal, you need to orientate the patient to ingest more foods that has flours, such as broccoli and cauliflower. And the water elements to avoid coffee, soda, matcha tea. To maintain the liver integrity, you need to avoid the fried food, chocolate, eggs, honey, coconut, alcoholic beverages, and melted cheese. And the fire element, you need to, only if you orientate this, the fire element will be in a balanced state. Here's to show you the generation cycle. When you give the medications that I'm treating, you need to follow the generation cycle, and one element can control the functioning of the other element. And according to Hippocrates, make your food your medicine, your medicine your food. And that is why in all the treatment, the first tool is to change the dietary aspects of all kinds of treatment. And dairy products is the main food that you need to orientate to avoid when the patient has headache, because dairy products can affect the liver and can imbalance here. When the patient has headache in the top of the head, this means liver energy imbalances. And here is the same foods that you need to orientate them to avoid. Here's the gallbladder energy imbalance, and here's the liver. When the patient has pain the top of the head, this means the liver energy imbalance. And here's to show you that you can orientate to the patient to switch to soy milk or to the other kinds of milk the patient can ingest, but only to avoid the cow's milk and all dairy products. and the goat milk you can orientate the patient to drink. Sorry. And to drink milk too, this is very good for, especially for a woman, because this kind of milk can improve the production of blood that is common to have a woman with less blood production. And here's to show you that the stomach meridian imbalance is when the patient report to have pain, this part of the head, that usually is when the patient do not have a very time to eat their meals, and they usually eat lunch in every day in different times, and this could induce the imbalance in the stomach meridian, leading to headache in this part of the head. And the bladder meridian is here, is when the patient has headache in this back of the head, and is the ingestion of coffee, soda, mate tea is very important to orientate. And here's to show you that here, when the patient has headache in this part of the head, is the gallbladder meridian, and the foods that you need to orientate is to avoid the dairy products, all the dairy products, cheese and yogurt and cakes and ice creams and all kinds of food, eggs, honey, coconut, fried foods. And here's when the patient has young deficiency. This kind of patients could normally they have cold feet. They have difficult in warming their body due to this deficiency. And you need to orientate the patient to avoid the ingestion of all raw food, because all raw food are considered cold energy, and you need to orientate the patient to cook the food and all the fruits too, or bake, or eat dry food instead of raw, because all the raw food can reduce the young energy, with the exception of papaya and apple and lemon, that they have neutral energy. You can orientate the patient to ingest this kind of foods. And here's to show you the auricular acupuncture points. I will not. And here is to show one publication, auricular acupuncture, Chinese dietary therapy in the treatment of patients with chronic headache, is the publication that I published last year. You can read, it's very interesting. And the conclusion of this study is that we need to have the two medicine in mind, TCM and Western medicine, to achieve more deeper treatment, treating the root of the problems and not just the symptoms. And according to Hippocrates, it's more important to know which person has a disease than to know which disease the person has. In this presentation, I show you that I am treating the root of the energy imbalances and not just the treatment of the headaches itself, because the headache is only the manifestation of some energy imbalances that is in a deeper level. Thank you for your listening. If you have any question, I will be very happy to answer you. Thank you.
Yes. Any questions? Any questions to Dr. Wheeling? If you have any questions, just you can text in chat box. We'll be asking behalf of you. Any questions? Yes. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much for speaking of this event.
You're welcome.
Yes, yes. Yes, thank you very much for madam for participating in this event. On behalf of organizing committee members of Food Congress 2021, we want to thank you for this excellent presentation. Looking forward to meet again next time if we in physical event everything goes well. Yes. Now we ask Dr. Jyoti Vora, the certified functional food scientist from India, to join the event and start presentation.
Right here, I hope you can hear me, please.
Yes, madam, you can go.
Yeah, so I would like to first share my presentation. Just give me a minute.
Yes, yes.
Can you see my presentation, please?
Yes, madam.
Right. May I begin?
Yes, you can proceed.
Greetings to all of you from India. I'm Dr. Jyoti Vora, and I'm really happy to join this very elite meeting of food science and food safety. Thank you for having me here. The whole premise of food is very, very sustainable, as we have realized in this day of the pandemic, that whatever else comes and goes, we are very much required to concern ourselves with quality food. And therefore, health and food, they go very well together, as the previous speaker ended with a quote from Hippocrates. I will continue saying that in our own concept, Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine, said, "Let food be thy medicine." And therefore, I am going to speak on an overview of total quality management in food enrichment, which is a novel product development and nutraceutical approach. The novel product development is required because we, being Homo sapiens, we need food in a novelty all the time. And in health management, food is much required to be presented in a manner where it can be very much concerned with sensory and organoleptic acceptance, because we are the thinking species. We emote with food, we let our emotions connect to food, and therefore novel product development for the disease management, for wellness, for all kinds of holistic enhancement is much required. What exactly is the nutraceutical approach? The word nutraceutical was coined in 1989 by Professor Stephen DePhillis, and it's made up of two words. Nutra means food and ceutical means curative. So if we take food as our medicine, and in my own country, the ancient Ved also say the same thing so many centuries ago. Anna he Purna Brahma, which means at the fulcrum of all Genesis is food. So our entire research is very much connected to presenting bioactives, an area of food and nutraceuticals our group has been connected to for more than 2.5 decades, and presenting it in wonderful new components and using it for holistic health management. I'm sure you can see the flower in the center of the slide. And you may be wondering that out of all the beautiful gifts of nature, why did I put this flower? Well, this flower is the center of our research. And that's what I'm going to talk about. So this is a presentation which is made. Just give me a minute, please. Which is made on behalf of me and Dr. Deepak Vora, who is the director also in my company. And we are associated with doctoral students who work in this premise. The main three aspects that I am going to speak about is TQM, or total quality management. So what is quality? A consortium or total connection of all positive attributes associated with food, since we're talking about food. What is food processing? Anything which is used to make food in a better manner for the availability as far as bioavailability, bioefficacy, taste, and acceptance is concerned. And what is food enrichment? Whatever the food has in its native conformation, we add more nutrients to it to make it a complete food. So these are the 3 checkpoints of my paper today and my talk today. What are the key concepts? As I said, total quality management. How did we process the food and what is the manner in which we subjected it to the best possible way to conform to the total quality management? What kind of food enrichment did we do? First, we studied the proximate principles of the original food and how did we manage to increase the already existing nutrients, whether they are macronutrients or micronutrients, or whether we increase their food efficacy. And to that, we added some deliberate additions, some deliberate ingredients to make a holistic dish which was scientific, which was empirical, and which was accepted by the trained panel. In the whole process, we generated a novel food. This novel food was a product, an end product of our research endeavor, and the whole process of development is what I'm talking about. Then we did it with a manner of not only restricting it to a pilot level, we generated a concept which is known as scale up. From the pilot level, we went on to a semi-large scale level and then to a large scale level. So that finally it was a product which was generated for the marketing, showcasing, and so on. Our group is engaged in not only generating novel products in terms of food, but also entrepreneurship and capacity development. We do a lot of training programs to help in the total quality management of understanding. And this is also the focal area of our research. The salient features of the research is there is a very important ethos that we take what is locally grown. I come from an agrarian country where maximum amount of the population is associated directly or indirectly with agricultural activities. So whatever is locally grown and which is acceptable, which is part of the culture and which is acceptable in a manner of the moralistic and religious and socio-cultural aspects. At the same time, it is accessible. It is not very difficult to obtain. It has to be part of the native dietary inclusion, so that when you generate a kind of diet for a patient or for someone who is concerned with wellness keeping, he is very happy to know that his native lifestyle is not changed. It is part of the Indian heritage since I'm from India, but today Indian heritage has become a global ethos. And Vedic food practices are finding the pride of place in global scientific endeavors also. The whole concept is associated with wellness and health orientation, and it is supposed to be sustainable. Not one day, one moment, one gender, one racial concept, one province. It's from pediatric to geriatric, and it is associated with holistic health management. That means physical, mental, emotional, social, spiritual, professional, and total. It has to have a wide acceptability from the palate point of view, from the aesthetic point of view. At the same time, it should be easy to use. Therefore, it has to be a convenience food. And what more, it has to be very friendly with the pocket. So we did some value for money analysis as well. Having said that, the objective of our research was that frequently in our Vedic literature, we have found that flowers also contribute to the diet. They're part of the religious, aesthetic, and socio-cultural backdrop of our country. But flowers are consumed very commonly for wellness management. So we went ahead and thought of a flower, and the flower in question, which I'm going to come to very soon, is very much part of our local scenario. Nutraceuticals are wonderful secondary metabolites given by nature's givers, and these are none other than plants. Just below us in the evolutionary ladder, plants are the only ones which are the givers to the planet. Aside from photosynthetic aspects, which gives us wonderful oxygen, they also give us secondary metabolites in terms of biomolecules, which are huge in their medicinal value. And they have to be recognized, quantified, and used. Food being the only sustainable tool to health and something which contributes emphatically to the feel-good factor, it is the one which we tackle. Diet and disease, they have a holistic connect. We are what we eat. So therefore, our diet spells out our wellness quotient. And novel products are very much required in the market, in the commercial scenario, and in the global requirement for diet and disease management. What are the 7 P's? These are the food guide, right from planning to procurement to purchase to processing, then finally to presentation, partake, and pervade. This is the 7P scenario of how you can pick up an agrarian product and introduce it into your cuisine. And all the time, because it is related to food safety, which is the focal point of our entire meeting, total quality management has to be the purview. Having said that, I'm now going to tell you the name of the flower which we have taken as a center point of our research. It is none other than Hibiscus rosa sinensis indica. It is a variant of hibiscus present in all parts of Southeast Asia and definitely of many colors. But in India, it is found the way I have shown it in a crimson color, and all parts of the flower and the leaf and the stem and every other part of the plant is wholly edible, and it has found great uses in health management. What are the reasons, or why are we doing this research? We are driven by a very simple ethos: think local and act global. So we have thought local, taken a flower which is concerned with us locally, and we have presented a product which is globally acceptable. As I talk, we have got all our food safety premises in place, the credentials in place. FSSAI has endorsed this product, Food Safety Standards Authority of India. And suddenly our product is not local anymore, it is global. So we are encouraging our students to become global entrepreneurs. Why hibiscus? So let us absolutely talk of a combination of 2 things, which is the novel product. Tea is acceptable all over the world. But in India, we have a very wonderful dimension. Tea is the symbolism for hospitality. Tea is an anytime drink. Tea is anything which is brewed. You can add anything to tea. And we are great tea growers in India. So we took this very simple drink and we combined it with the goodness of hibiscus and generated hibiscus tea. We carried out the interesting concept of actually enriching it. Enriching it with what? With those bioactives which we call spices. And these spices are right there in front of you, all Indian in origin, all as we use them. They are none other than the concept of green cardamom, ginger, cloves, cinnamon, and a very beautiful leaf which is very holy in India known as tulsi or basilica indica, the basil leaves. And having said that, we came upon a very quantitative concept of what is the health benefit of hibiscus. We could have made tea only with spices, but if you combine it with hibiscus, you get a double whammy. Because hibiscus improves digestion, it lowers cholesterol, it prevents liver damage, It helps in relieving menstrual health, and therefore it is very, very scientific for female reproductive system. It has tremendous quantum antidepressant properties. It helps in managing the blood pressure and hypertension. It has a phenomenal plethora of antibacterial properties. It helps in preventing cancer. It helps also in management of weight loss and is wonderful for obesity, even morbid obesity patients of all ages, from pediatric to geriatric. And what more, it has wonderful anti-aging properties. So when we combine them with all the wonderful properties of these great, I'll go back, these great spices, then I think it was something like a double winning situation. And then we subjected the whole thing to sensory evaluation and organoleptic analysis, because there's no use making a novel product unless it is accepted. We generated 3 types of panels: the naive panels who did not know anything about sensory evaluation, the semi-trained panels who were subjected to training programs according to ASTM, American Standards Testing Methods courses, which we routinely run globally. And we gave them a self-administered questionnaire. There were all kinds of questions, you see, right from flat questions to yes-no questions to hedonic questions to multiple choice questions and so on. And finally, we analyzed the data very quantitatively. What we found was tremendously interesting. 93% of the panelists were very sensorily drawn to the novel product. They were very excited about it. They were happy about it. They wanted to consume it, and they were happy to buy it. 78% were willing to purchase the product if it was marketed. So we gave them a value for money evaluation. The premise of the whole thing is limiting me because of the time limit. But I will tell you that they were very happy to buy this hibiscus tea, which we were ready to market. 92% were very well aware that why this tea should be bought at all, because it had the beautiful curative properties of tea, of spices, and of hibiscus. And if you combine them together, I mean, it's amazing. They were extremely happy with the lovely name we gave it. We call it Jade tea. JA for Jasmine, which is the Indian name for hibiscus. And they were happy because jade is a gem. And they were quite happy to accept this Jade name. And we have put it under the premises of the registered trademark also. So we are moving the right way. And 94% were happy with the product packaging. We are planning to go ahead with tea bags as well as small containers of tea, and they are happy to buy both. Hence, the product is very much poised for a scale up, and new variants may be experimentally tried out for this promising product. We have given a small bouquet in terms of a brochure of recipes that are available. We can use this brewed tea as a gravy for many kind of savory products. For example, we have a gravy well known called chole, made out of gram, lentils. And in that, if you brew this jasmine tea and just put it, it's going to give a wonderful, crimson color to the gravy and can be used. So this is one of the recipes, but we have given smoothies, we have given concepts of having tea as a dressing for salads, and you just can imagine the kind of innovation we are going in for. So what are the future objectives? There are other enrichment efforts. We are going to add other spices in other condiments, in other proportions. There are so many herbs which are available. We are trying out mint. We are trying out all kinds of variants of cardamom. Large black cardamom is also being used. We are trying out mace. We are trying out anise. We are trying out any kind of proportion of the different herbs and spices. Packaging refinements are underway. Branding, labeling, showcasing workshops are being done, where there is no use limiting such a beautiful product to our own lab. We want to specify to the world that, yes, you can try this. We have other flowers in mind. And these flowers include jasmine, they include lotus, they include all kinds of flowers which are grown in India. We are planning to have a composite novel product development where more than one flower and more than one spice can come together. These are all at the lab level. So it's a very dynamic area of research which we are doing. These are a few future objectives which I thought you might like to have in front of you. And I want to conclude by saying thank you for your attention and wishing you great wellness. I would absolutely like to end with a quote which says, research is to see what everyone sees and to do what no one does. So it's our own little endeavor to try to do exactly that. I thank Innovine Conferences, the gentleman who's steering us through this magic event. Thank you so much. And Enna ma'am and her team. I've not concluded yet. First and last, I'm a teacher. And this is a very beautiful event for me today because it is making me sentimental. In the wonderful array and galaxy of speakers, which Enna ma'am and Innovine Conferences has lined up, is my own beloved, most promising student, Ayushi Velankar, who is going to give her maiden presentation. She's a doctoral student and she is going to touch upon an area of research which I'm very proud of and which I did not mention here because I want her to enjoy the center stage. Please give her your blessings and kind listening. Thank you for your attention.
Yes,
Namaste.
definitely, madam. Thank you very much. Any questions to Dr. Jyoti Vora? Any questions?
Can I speak up?
Yes, madam. You can continue.
Actually, thank you, Dr. Jyoti J. Pak, on that presentation. Actually, I don't have a question, but I just like to compliment it on the topic because hibiscus tea is one of our drink, and I agree totally on those health benefits because as a researcher too, in the nutrition, food science, and all that, me and my husband are heavily into research as well. And we, in our house, we've got like buckets, big buckets that we buy online as well, on hibiscus tea. And I totally agree and support that. I think there is a market out there as well, like what we've done with our business as well, that it's through research, and those people that are willing to put the time, effort, research, make a change, make an impact to the rest of the community. And, and if we can do that, we can make a better world for us, for our next generation, and many more years to come. So I just like to thank you for presenting that. And also the other thing is that most also of my customers in my business is that are from the Indian community. They're very health conscious as well. So,
yes,
yeah.
we are. Thank you, Judith ma'am. A lot of times I was looking at you and your beautiful smile during my talk. And I'm sure NutriCraft can connect to us at our company. Enna ma'am can forward you our mail ID, and this is how the global connections grow. So I'm looking forward to all your encouragement. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much for speaking up in this meeting and providing a new perspective. Thanks for sharing your tips with us. Looking forward to meet again next time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yes. Now we ask Dr. Mudir Kadhur Mohammed from Department of Pharmacy from Ahal Manar College of Medical Science from Iraq to join the event and start presentation. You can go on, sir.
Thank you. Please, do you hear me?
Yes, sir, you can.
This is okay, or is this better?
Just start sharing your PPT, sir.
The voice here is more clear, please.
Just start sharing your PPT. We are unable to see your PPT.
I ask about my voice, if it is clear.
Yes, it's fine, sir.
Okay. you can permit me just a minute. The image is clear
Yeah,
in
it's
front of you?
Mm.
Okay, okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mudar, holder a PhD in clinical chemistry, and I occupied the head of biochemistry in medical college. It's my honor to be with you and present my lecture in front of you. I hope that you will be interested in my lecture and will hear that talking about nutritional supplements and a step to get a path to be in a parallel way with medicines. I repeat my thanks for your kind invitation. Here I will talk about the turmeric. The title of my present study is Turmeric with its curcumin as a natural lipid lowering nutritional supplement in subjects with hyperlipidemia. As you know that cardiovascular disease considered one of the major leading cause of death. Cardiovascular disease, in spite of it include more than one predisposing factor, but all drop in the causative agent was the precipitation of the lipids in the blood vessels. The single most important predisposing cause of cardiovascular disease is the deposition of inappropriate quantities of lipids in the blood vessels, in particular the low density lipoprotein cholesterol, resulted in atheroma, which is an inflammation, as you know, that will lead to atherosclerosis, cardiovascular disease. This is the abbreviation of atherosclerosis, cardiovascular disease, as you see in this image. This is a precipitation of LDL, bad cholesterol lipoprotein. And also, as you know, that the absorption of, you know that there's a synthesis of, de novo synthesis of cholesterol inside the body, and also from the diets. So from the intestine absorption to the liver is the storage of the cholesterol, and it's a distributor to whole the body. The causative agent is the bad LDL. As we said, atherosclerosis cardiovascular disease on the top of cardiovascular diseases, as it represents the top or single predisposing causative or pathological agent that will cause the cardiovascular disease in all of its types. But it can be prevented, avoided, or even cured by changing the lifestyle and using lipid lowering agents, especially the statin, to reduce lipid and especially the cholesterol. The problem occur here is that the LDL receptors present in the liver or outer the membrane of the hepatocytes. This is the problem. When there is a lot of cholesterol here, it will cause a downregulation of LDL receptors. This will lead to accumulation of LDL that's circulated in the blood vessels, causing its precipitate and cause the atheroma. Statin, in fact, is the lipid lowering agent, which is the first line of therapy to decrease lipids in plasma. However, they have many adverse effects as rhabdomyolysis, loss of cognition, nerve conductance disorder, hepatic and pancreatic dysfunctions, sexual dysfunction, and more than these consequences. Statin, as you know, that's HMG CoA reductase inhibitor. It will act by the mnemonic of hepatotoxicity, myopathy, myalgia, myositis, GI upset, and other of adverse effects. This is the cornerstone of our present study that will give the aim of the present study to take a natural, safe, effective food supplement. One of the most common is a turmeric, which is also the famous and known in India. Turmeric, the native Indian plant, the rhizome of Curcumalanga, belong to the ginger family, Zinnibraceae. Turmeric has been used as a food supplement. Moreover, it can be used as a herbal medicinal preparation. This is the distinct color, glowing color of the turmeric, owing to the presence of curcumin. What is the importance of turmeric? From the medical point of view, huge attention after it was discovered that it contains many specific compounds. The most significant are curcuminoids, in which the main bioactive constituent is a polyphenol curcumin. In spite of these will represent only 3 to 5%, approximately 3 to 5% of the turmeric constituents, but they represent the major active ingredients in the turmeric. It also contains other constituents as essential volatile oils. Curcumin, the natural distinct pigment, although it represents a small percentage, may not exceed, as we said, 5%, but it is considered the main bioactive constituent of the raw material of turmeric. The remarkable importance of curcumin owing to its polyphenolic characteristics make it capable therapeutically to treat a wide range of many diseases. It possesses many roles in this manner as antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-mutagenic, cardiovascular protective, and many wide range of therapeutic effects. May you know that the bioavailability of curcumin is relatively low because it is a poorly absorbed. Curcumin or turmeric in general have a low bioavailability because it is lipid in nature, so can't dissolve in water. So it has a low bioavailability. One of the most important things or factors that affect the bioavailability of turmeric or curcumin is the intestinal enzymes that try to get rid of turmeric. So how we can qualify the bioavailability if we know that the effect of turmeric depend on the dose. The effect of turmeric depend on the bioavailability. So we need to increase or to improve the bioavailability of turmeric. This is done by either it will take it in with a fatty meal to be mixed with the lipid or accompanied with the bioperine, the black pepper extract to improve the bioavailability. This is represents one of our study in this present paper. The aim of this study to evaluate the role of turmeric as a natural, safe, and effective supplement in lowering plasma lipid. As we said before, statin have many adverse side effects, so we try to use other safe, can be tolerated, effective, natural food supplement in this manner. The material and methods. Formulation of turmeric. How we get a turmeric? How we can get a turmeric or manuscript of manipulate the turmeric to be used with the subjects. Turmeric used as a capsule from in this study. Urethane Pride, USA, this study has been take 2 types of capsule. We take, we take 2 groups. Each group take 1 type of the capsules. The 2 types of capsule contain, the first one contain only turmeric for 500 for the 500 milligram. The other type, turmeric with bioperine. That to compare the bioavailability of turmeric alone and turmeric with the black pepper bioperine. In this study, a randomized case control study was performed on 60 subjects or 60 patients, age 23 to 46 years, with a body mass index 26 to 33 kilogram per meter square of hyperlipidemia diagnosed according to American College of Cardiology, American Heart Association, and National Cholesterol Education Program guidelines. The subjects were free of cardiovascular diseases, renal diseases, according to clinical feature, biochemical investigation, and imaging study. Moreover, they are not yet on any lipid-lowering agent and or the related herbs, at least till the study accomplished. In addition, the patients selected who were not alcoholic, not a smoker, not on the program of the weight reduction. We have a 60 patients or subjects that divided to 2 classes, 2 groups. Group number 1, 30 subject, 30 patients, taking turmeric, 1 capsule of 50 milligram 3 times daily for 120 days. The other group take turmeric with bioperine. The group number 1, turmeric. The group number 2, turmeric with bioperine, also in the same manner for stress for 120 days. In the statistical analysis, we use the per sample t-test to take the same subjects in the same group, pre and post treatment, but independent sample t-test we use to compare the group 1 with the group 2. Mean and standard deviation was the expressed p-value of 0.001 for within the group, and 0.05 represent the significance between the 2 groups. The demographic parameters between the 2 groups are the same, or there is no significant difference between age in the 2 groups, or the sex, or the body mass index, p-value more than 0.05. There is no significant difference in the demographic parameters between the 2 groups. This is the corner of the of our papers. The table in front of level of lipid profile expressed as mean plus minus standard deviation. It represents for 0 day. It is the day before we involve the subjects in the study, and 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and 120 days. These represent the time of blood collection. The blood collected at 0 day before taking the medical supplement. Then after 30 days, we take another sample from the serum sample. Then after 60 days, 90 days, 120 days. Concerning total cholesterol, we compare turmeric with bioperine. For example, in this case, concerning total cholesterol, at 0 day, there is a total cholesterol in these subjects 236.63 plus minus 9.1, which represents the standard deviation. This is before taking a turmeric. After 30 days, this was the total cholesterol. After 60 days, this is the total cholesterol from the beginning. This is after 90 days, and so on. This is for turmeric with bioperine concerning total cholesterol. Single star represents the significance within the group. It means that here and here, paired sample t-test, there's a significant decrease in total cholesterol from the 0 day to 90 days. Double star represents the significance between the two groups using independent sample t-test. So double star represent the comparison significant difference between the two groups. Single star within the same group. I will remember you that each group take 1.5 gram of turmeric or 1.5 gram of turmeric with bioperine. Single star, it is the significant difference P of less than 0.01 within the group from the 0 day. And double star, significant difference P value of less than 0.05 in lipid status between the two groups. From the table, you can see that the significant difference in patient taking turmeric starts at the 90 days. 90 days, it represents the significant decreasing starting from 90 days in compare with the 0 day. But there's a significant difference starting from 60 days between the two groups. In other words, concerning total cholesterol, for subjects taking turmeric with bioperine, they express the reducing of total cholesterol for this group significantly than the above group patients who take turmeric. Sorry, and so on. Concerning LDL cholesterol, also the significant difference from the 0 day starts from the 90 days. But the significant difference for the turmeric taking with bioperine will be significantly lower than the using turmeric, but also like the total cholesterol, both starting from the 60 days and compare with the turmeric starting from 90 days from the beginning. This image can be easy for a clearance to your imaging. From this image, we can see according to the duration of the supplement using in two groups, and the lipid profile changes from the beginning. This represents 0 day before taking the regime, and this is a total cholesterol in blue. This is a total cholesterol turmeric with bioberine. You can see that there is a significant drop in total cholesterol from the beginning compared with the group that taking turmeric only. It means that taking off turmeric with bioberine has a higher bioavailability and can be more effective than using turmeric only. Also, LDL cholesterol in the green color with the LDL cholesterol, turmeric with bioberine, you can see also discrimination, compare the difference between the two groups. This is the group that took the turmeric, and this is the second group that taken turmeric with bioberine. There is a significant difference. Look at there. LDL cholesterol with turmeric have no significant difference at 60 days from the beginning, while at 60 days, the dropping is clear in the patients that taken turmeric with bioberine and still to be dropped down will be significantly at the 90 days, and so on.
Yes.
This study assessed the influence of turmeric, especially its bioavailability. As we said, the effectiveness of turmeric depends on the dose or the bioavailability. Although it was variable in effect, the reduction of lipid in both groups after the administration of turmeric was significant. Turmeric can affect lipid profile through several mechanisms that can have achieved via its role as: number one, it is antioxidants. Turmeric may act as a scavenging of free radicals, decrease oxidative stress by regulation certain genetic materials. Yes, at the genetic level that induce synthesis of antioxidant mediators and so decrease lipid peroxidation. Number two, enhance lipid metabolism itself. Turmeric can decrease cholesterol by decreasing hepatic LDL cholesterol by increasing the scavenging receptors on the hepatocytes and increase the expression of these receptors, accelerate lipid metabolism, in particular triglycerides, via elevation lipoprotein lipase at the endothelium of circulating blood vessels, and hepatic triglyceride lipase in addition to hormone-sensitive lipase. Also, it can inhibit, because if we know that there is a significant drop down of the lipid, so what about the dietary lipids? But turmeric, you must know that turmeric can inhibit cholesterol absorption from the intestine. Curcumin may lower intestinal absorption of cholesterol by decreasing synthesis of Niemann-Pick C1-like 1, the transmembrane protein normally present in the apical of enterocyte, which act as a cholesterol transporter from the intestine. Recommendation: The administration of turmeric with BioPerine, as you see before, turmeric with BioPerine had the earlier and the most important with the stronger effect on lipid profile reduction than the administration of turmeric only, because turmeric only has a low bioavailability as stated before. Curcumin is a hydrophobic polyphenol that may cause decrease in its absorption, causing lowering in systemic bioavailability that can be improved by either administration of turmeric after fatty meal or mixed with the BioPerine. Conclusion, the study conclude that turmeric lower the bad cholesterol and triglyceride in blood and can be considered safe, well tolerated, and effective natural surrogate lipid profile, lipid lowering supplement. Thank you so much for your attention.
Yes. Any questions?
I
Any
will listen
question?
to any question. It is my pleasure to answer you.
So you have got a question, just you can read in chat box, sir. Thank you. Can you give an idea of daily dose for turmeric for an adult to have some health benefits?
Thank you.
Yes, sir, you can go on that question. You have the question. Can you give an idea of a daily dose for turmeric for an adult to have some healthy benefits?
Okay.
Yes.
I can't listen. There's an interruption in the voice, an interruption in the image itself, so I can't hear. Sorry. The turmeric dose in adults, as you know, that there's an FDA approved for the safety of turmeric. There is no till now, no tolerated level of or concentration or level of turmeric to be toxic. The dose of turmeric can be about 2,000 milligram, 2 gram per day, can be divided in 3 divided doses for the adults.
Any further questions to Dr. Mudir?
I think this is the answer. I think this is the question that I answered it.
Yes, we got a answer from Dr. Sarah Dias. I understood. Thank you. Yes, you are perfect.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your listening.
Yes. Any questions? Any further questions to Dr. Mudir Khadur Mohammed? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for speaking up. Yes. Thank you very much for speaking at this meeting. Yes. Thanks for sharing. Yes. Thanks for sharing tips. We're looking forward to you meet again next time.
Thank you so much.
Now we ask Dr. Aish Velinkar from India to join the event on start presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, madam. Just start sharing our PPT.
Yes, give me 1 second. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. And you can hear me, right?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayushi Velinkar, and I am going to start my PhD soon at Lovely Professional University, that is next month in Punjab. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to present my research, which is on antifungal activity of novel lectin protein C25 present in Cicer arietinum, also known as chickpea, against Candida albicans via a bioinformatic approach. I would like to thank my guides, Dr. Gursimran Kaur Uppal, and especially Dr. Jyoti Vora, who's been with me at every step in this research. This short presentation is my maiden presentation, and all the data, this research is nascent data and will be published appropriately. These are the contents that I would be talking about. So let me start with why chickpea. So as you can see from the slide, that India is one of the most common, India is one of the most, India produces about 67% of the total of chickpeas. It is the largest producer in the world with about 7.8 million ton production volume per year, followed by Australia, Myanmar, Pakistan, and Ethiopia at about 8.7, 5.5, 5.1, and 4.4 lakh tons respectively. It is one of the most commonly consumed legumes, especially in the Mediterranean area. Let me give you a short gist of my research. So basically, legumes are increasingly being regarded as beneficial food ingredients. In fact, they are being recommended as staple food by major health organizations. So food legumes in particular produce structurally different proteins for self-defense, and lectins, which are basically carbohydrate proteins, are one of them. These lectins are commonly used as antimicrobials and pesticides, but have also proven efficient antifungal agents against 3 Candida species, which are Candida krusei, Candida parasilosis, and Candida tropicalis, amongst which a specific lectin C25 isolated from the seed of chickpea is one such plant lectin showing antifungal properties against Candida species. But the reason I decided to select Candida albicans is because it is one of the major fungal pathogen known. So here, the N-terminal region of this sugar-binding lectin protein, that is C25, can bind with the N-acetyl glucosamine, which is a major component present in the cell wall of Candida albicans, and it assists in the formation of germ tube germination. So mannose, glucose, and N-acetyl glucosamine, also known as GLC-NAC, present on the cell wall of Candida albicans, are targeted by this lectin, which could altogether stop germ tube formation, leading to the disruption of the cell wall and eventually lead to its death. So interestingly, my research actually started with allergens in chickpea, but then I found out about lectins, that is the C25 lectins, while reading some papers related to allergens. And then it led me to observe a peculiar domain, that is this conserved domain in the C25. And then I found out about the importance of this N-terminal region, which I will be specifying later in the later slides. Giving a basic introduction, proteins of seed legumes are usually classified into 2 main groups, which are globulins and albumins, which are salt-soluble and water-soluble proteins respectively, out of which albumins, particularly lectins, are implicated in defensive mechanisms. Plant lectins are a heterogeneous groups of glycoproteins, and they're basically classified on the basis of their common property, namely their ability to specifically recognize and bind to carbohydrate ligands. And they usually bind to these carbohydrate ligands in a reversible fashion, and they are of non-immune origin. Storage lectins can sometimes act as allergens, and this was a very important sentence for my research. So there's great interest in isolating antimicrobial substances from natural resources because of antimicrobial resistance, which has been on the rise in the recent years. So there were 3 main papers that formed the basis of my research. First of which was that lectins showed specificity to distinct carbohydrates such as mannose, N-acetyl glucosamine, glucose, galactose, N-acetyl galactosamine, complex glycans, etc. The antifungal activity of lectins is commonly associated with their ability to interact with N-acetyl glucosamine residues in chitin, which forms the innermost layer of the fungal cell wall, which results in inhibitory action on the growth and development of these microorganisms. Secondly, again, as I said, I decided to work on Candida albicans because it is most commonly isolated fungal species due to its increasing prevalence in clinical infections and its importance as an invasive pathogen. Third, microscopic observation of thin sections of fungal cells or isolated walls have revealed existence of several layers. So manoprotein is the outermost layer of the cell wall of Candida albicans, followed by beta-1,6 glycans and beta-1,3 beta-1,6 glucans and beta-1,3 glucans on the inner layer, and chitin forming the innermost layer. And since mannose, glucose, and GLC-NAC, that is N-acetylglucosamine, are the basic building blocks in the formation of these complex cell wall components of Candida albicans, docking studies were done using these simple sugars as ligands. So these were my research objectives. First of all, to confirm the evolution of this lectin from allergens. Secondly, to computationally model a 3D structure for novel chickpea lectin C25. Since I had to do all computational in silico work, I had no structure. I only had the sequence. So my main aim was to first create a structure from the sequence. Then to estimate a phylogenetic relationship between the conserved domain of C25 and similar proteins in animals, bacteria, plants, and fungi. Because I wanted to know what was the reason that this particular lectin showed antifungal properties and no other lectin in chickpea had this ability. Fourthly, to check the plasticity of this lectin. Fifth, to confirm the mechanism or mode of action of given lectin on C. albicans, since still even after wet lab experiments, the exact mode of mechanism is not known. And therefore, to finally lay a hypothesis on chickpea being a probable nutraceutical due to its antifungal property. So my work was divided into 3 parts. First was phylogenetic analysis to compare for comparison. Second, homology modeling to develop a structure. And fourthly, third, to find out the mode of action which was done by docking. The methodology flow is as follows. Firstly, allergen detection in chickpea was done from AllerBase database, in which all the allergens in chickpea were discovered, and I also found out about the lectin while reading the papers on allergens, as I said before. After that, I changed my course of work and then focused on lectins instead of allergens in chickpea. After that, I determined its biological function from UniProt, where the sequence of this lectin was found. Then I selected a few sequences similar to the sequence of interest, that is C25, from other organisms like animals, bacteria, plants, fungi, using p-BLAST, that is protein blast. After that, phylogenetic analysis was done using MegaX software. And then I modeled a structure for the C25 lectin using Swiss model, and I further validated the structure using SAVES server, which has various parameters to determine or confirm the validity of the structure, which gave about 90% validity, which was good enough. After that, I retrieved the ligand structures, that is the structures of these sugars using PubChem database, and then I cleaned them in 2D as well as 3D conformations using Marvin Sketch software. After that, I finally used Autodock tool to dock my protein and my lectin, my protein of interest and lectin. And then I visualized it using Discovery Studio, which is a very good visualization tool, also for finding out the interaction between the proteins and the protein and ligand docking. So which brought me to these results. So basically phylogenetic analysis of all similar protein taken into consideration with respect to C25 showed the presence of hemopexin-like repeats in their conserved domain. So these HLRs have been observed at the N-terminal region of C25 of chickpea. As I said before, that there was a paper which said that this N-terminal region interacts with the cell wall of Candida species. So as you can see, the yellow highlighted area is the hemopexin-like repeats in the conserved domain, and the TKTGYINAAF is the N-terminal amino acid sequence. So the HLRs were found in the N-terminal region, and after homology modeling gave rise to 3D model of this protein having a homodimeric structure. A homodimeric structure, as in the A chain and the B chain, are identical. So as you can see, this was visualized on PyMol. Then the templates for modeling obtained were the same observed as the ones present in UniProt as similar proteins with respect to the allergens. This basically means that what Swiss model gave me as templates for the structure that I got were the same as the allergens that I found in AllerBase database. So after that, I also observed that other allergens present did not have the presence of HLRs in their conserved domains. Only C25 lectin had HLRs. So that's why C25 was the only lectin which had antifungal properties. These are the binding energies and protein ligand interaction of my first ligand and C25. As you can see, lectin sites interact with these monosaccharides through non-covalent linkages involving hydrogen bonds. I'll show you the result table later, but you can see that these are the runs which I got after, these are the runs which I got. And these are the binding energies. The binding energy should be minimum because this determines that the structure is stable enough. These are the binding energies and protein ligand interaction of my second ligand, glucose and C25. And this is the third one, GLC NAC with C25. Here the binding energy is minus 5.91. This is the table of docking results. As you can see, the binding energies are of negative value, which indicate that the complex is stable because the ligand was bound spontaneously without consuming any energy. These are the ligands which bind with the interacting residues of these. These are the residues that these are the residues which bound with the ligand. And interestingly, TYR141 and GLY161 were the two residues that I myself manually put in during docking, because they were the ones predicted as binding sites in a MetaPocket server, which is a binding site server. And they gave a positive result. That is my prediction was right. So they gave hydrogen bonds with they gave hydrogen bonds with my ligands. After that, we could come to the conclusion that C25, a lectin protein present in chickpea, was modeled and studied, and analysis showed that it had similarity with that of allergens present in chickpea, specifically this CICA-LEC, with which it shared 90% identity. The binding of heme in some plant has been linked with producing oxidative stress on interaction with proper residues. So Candida present in these hosts utilize iron present in the host as means of obtaining nutrition in order to survive. So we could say that even though the exact mechanism of antifungal mode of action of C25 is not known, but a hypothesis could be set based on the docking approach, which indicates that lectins adhere to the cell wall of the fungi, and HLRs present in the N-terminal region interact with these sugars to form pores, produce oxidative stress, disintegrate the cellular membrane completely, inhibit germination, and thus destroy the fungi altogether. With antimicrobial resistance on the rise, this lectin showed antifungal activity against fungal strains which are antifungal activity with fungal strains which are resistant to drugs like fluconazole. So future prospects could be that molecular dynamic simulations of these complexes could be done. So MDS gives an atomic level resolution for the resolution model for the system of interest. So we can know how the protein reacts in presence of water molecules or in natural surroundings. After that, since docking results showed competent binding, that a possible wet lab experiment might show desired effects. So that's why C25 could be used as a potential nutraceutical, that is, chickpea could be used as a probable source of medicine as a food product. So these are some of the references that I used out of the many. And thank you very much. That's all. If you have any questions, I would love to answer with the best of my ability.
Yes. Any questions?
I think I do.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, it's like I do have some questions, or I do have some discussion. Okay. Can I ask you what made you choose this topic? You know, it's a very interesting, actually, topic for me as well, because we have been reading a lot, or, you know, here in Australia, allergies from peanuts has actually killed even some children here and all that. And because I also gave birth to my son with some skin chronic disease in the past, you know, and my daughter, I mean, it's not related to the legions and all that, but my daughter also had, what do you call this? Had an allergy on seafoods or crab shells. Okay. Now, I was actually thinking when, you know, you're concluding that this would be good for pharmaceuticals and all that, but from your, you know, from your perspective, do you see yourself extending this so that, you know, it becomes like like what you said, available to the people out there. There was even a documentary show that I've seen that someone that have eaten, like, I think satay sauce. Is this the one that with the peanuts?
No. These are chickpeas, so these are not related to peanuts actually.
But
I
there
actually
are
also studied.
legions. So
Yeah.
you're just focusing on the chickpea alone.
Yeah, only actually
Okay.
the thing is chickpea had cross reactivity with similar allergens in peanut, but then I
Yes.
searched about it and I got to know that chickpea does not have that many allergenic properties as peanuts. Actually, it's the least allergenic legume that I found. So I decided and also in India, not many people have chickpea allergies. Like I researched on it and I saw that not many people in India have chickpea allergies. In fact, we consume chickpea a lot. So that was the main reason why I decided to go ahead with chickpea.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, we have lots of chickpea here too in Australia. But because I was focusing on the legions, not on the chickpea, that's the reason why I asked.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May I add something, please?
Yes, madam. Go on.
Yes, as I said, it's a kind of matter of pride for me that the essence of our work was presented so well by Ayushi. And Dr. Judith, I would like to add that, the reason to spotlight on lentils, of which chickpea is a very emphatic member, is exactly what Ayushi said, that we consume it a lot in India. But aside from that, it's a very, very good protein source. So as people concerned with nutraceuticals and biochemistry and the computational biology or bioinformatics, it is our effort to present all these things so that people like your child who was, born or developed an allergy towards an essential thing like peanuts could include something like this in the regular diet and then become healthy. So our whole premise is to provide global good health. And I think to that part, Ayushi has presented an emphatic facet. Please. Thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Yes. Any questions to Dr. Ayushi?
Not a doctor yet, but I will be.
Yes.
She's on her way. She is on her way, please. And very soon she will be. She is just self-effacing. She's halfway there.
Yes.
So no
We
problem.
will
madam.
celebrate on this platform with
Yes,
another
Yes.
wonderful paper, of course.
Yes,
Yes,
all the
ma'am.
best, madam. Yes,
Yeah.
all the
Thank you.
best, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you so much for speaking up in this meeting and providing us. Thanks for sharing your tips with us. Looking to forward you again next time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Now we asked Dr. Wingling, the medical occupational main management clinic from Brazil, to start the event and start presentation. As this is the second presentation of Dr. Wingling.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Yes, okay. Can you see the data show?
Yes, fine. It's fine, madam.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone. My name is Huang Weilin. I'm a medical doctor from Brazil. This is my second presentation today. I would like to thank the presenter that will be presenting at this moment, because I will have another presentation in another webinar.
Yes, we
So
don't-
I'm presenting now. Thank you. The title of my presentation now is which kind of foods we need to avoid to prevent and treat patients with cancer. And the global cancer burden had risen to 18 million new cases and 9.6 million deaths in 2018, according to the International Agencies for Research on Cancer of World Health Organization. I think there is an echo. Do you think there is an echo? Here, okay. In the article entitled Cancer in a Preventable Disease That Requires Major Lifestyle Changes, written by Petra Anad et al., it shown that cancer is caused by both internal factors such as inherited mutations, hormones, and immune conditions, and environmental or acquired factors such as tobacco, diet, radiation, and infectious organisms. And the link between diet and cancer is revealed by the large variation in rates of specific cancers in various countries and by the observed changes in the incidence of cancer in migrating. Although the inherited factors cannot be modified, the lifestyle and environmental factors are potentially modifiable. And the important lifestyle factors that affect the incidence and mortality of cancers include tobacco, alcohol, diet, obesity, infectious agents, environmental pollutions, and radiations. And the article consumption of ultra-processed foods and cancer risks results from this author prospective cohort written by Violet et al. Shows several characteristics of ultra-processed foods may be involved in causing disease, particularly cancer. Ultra-processed foods often have a higher content of total fat, saturated fat, and added sugar and salt, along with lower fiber and vitamin density. But today I will show you a different point of view regarding foods according to Hippocrates, foolish the doctor who despised the knowledge acquired by the ancients. So I will demonstrate which are the energy alterations leading to cancer formation, not visible by the naked eye, and which are the foods that could imbalance these energies, facilitating the formation of cancer, and what we need to do to prevent the formation of these energy imbalances through dietary changes according to Chinese nutritional therapy. In traditional Chinese medicine, cancer is formed by deficiency of energy and heat retention. This is the main cause of cancer formation. The patient has no energy to fight against the formation of cancer cells. And the heat formation, because every time the patient do not have energy, there is a formation of this heat, that the combination of energy deficiency and formation of this heat is the cause of the formation of any kind of cancer in the human being. And that is why the treatment could be the same in TCM. It's to take out this heat and to replenish the energy that is low. And using this kind of treatment, you can fortify the internal energy of this patient. And only doing this thing, you can also treat the cancer itself by using the energy of the patient. Also, the formation of tumors is caused by phlegm. The phlegm is caused by energy deficiencies or imbalances of the spleen and pancreas meridian by the ingestion of some kinds of foods that I presented in my first presentation, such as the ingestion of dairy products, raw food, cold water, and sweets could also imbalance the spleen pancreas, leading to the formation of phlegm. And the formation of tumor is caused by the phlegm accumulation. And the heat retention is caused an internal fire that causes internal wind that spreads metastases to other organs. And if you don't treat this fire, this will cause wind, and this fire and wind will spread the metastases of cancer to the entire body in the point of view of TCM. This is a study that I did in my clinic from 2015 to 2020 that I measured about 1,000 patients' chakras energy to see how is the situation of all my patients in all age groups from 2 to 18. And it was divided in 3 groups. The first was the children and adolescents, the young adults, and the older patients. And you can see from the chakra 1 to 7. The majority do not have energy from 1 to 8. The majority do not have energy in any of the internal organs. And as I show you in my first presentation, our organs, they have an energy function, such as the second chakra is responsible for yin and yang production. The first and the fourth chakra is responsible for the distribution of qi inside the body, and the production of blood is the responsibility of the spleen. And the third chakra, that is the heart, is responsible for the maintaining the flowing state of the blood inside the vessels. And that is why all these energies are very compromised in all my patients in Brazil. But I think this sample is not occurring in my patients. This sample is what could be happening in all the population in the world, because the main cause of these energy deficiencies are the exposition to the electromagnetic waves that is harming the internal energy of our body, leading to a weakness state of our body, and in this case, leading to more propensity to have cancer and many other chronic diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, the incidence of myocardial infarction, the strokes, and aging process, all are due to these energy deficiencies. And nowadays is due to the incidence, the propensity to have COVID-19 infection, because COVID-19, in this chart, you can see that the second chakra, that's the kidney energy, is related to Zen Qi energy. And the Zen Qi energy is the energy that prevents the invasion of the external pathogenic factor inside the body. And COVID-19 is related to this invasion because it's from the external world. And so what is causing this lack of energy? I showed you that could be so many reasons. In this case, could be the use of all of the in our daily practice. Not only the electromagnetic waves, but when you use the microwave to heat the food, you can reduce the energy of the food when you use microwave, and you can reduce the energy of this food, and you can ingest this food with less energy, leading to a less energy and leading to a weakness state of all the internal organs. And this is a metaphor of this tree that I'm showing, that the cancer formation in Western medicine is treated at the leaf level. And what we will study is on the root level that I showed, that all my patients do not have energy in these roots, that is leading to many manifestations of many diseases in the leaf level, in this case, the cancer formation. And also to see that in all the treatment, we need to balance the yin and yang. And here are the different variations in the yin and yang that the patient could have, that you need to balance using firstly the dietary counseling to orientate the patient which kind of foods that he need to eat or avoid, depends on this type of each variation that each individual could have. And here is to show that the energy deficiencies between yin and qi and blood And the formation of internal heat are the cause of the cancer formation according to TCM. And that is why we need to act in these forces to replenish these energies and take out this heat that is causing the cancer formation. And all the internal organs, differently from the Western medicine point of view, all internal organs are interconnected by the energy flow, by the chi or prana or the vital energy. And it is not, they are not working separately, and each organ is responsible for an external sensorial organ. For example, kidney is responsible for the ear and the hearing process. And when the patient has a hearing the difficulty and some problems in the ear, differently from Western cultures or Western medicine, in Chinese medicine, they treat the kidney and not the ear itself. And but you can see that the kidney depends on the energy of the lung, that depends on the energy of the spleen, that depends on the energy of the heart and the liver. And the way you need to treat the kidney, when you treat one organ, you need to treat all the organs that they are interconnected. And they, what I showed you, that in my patients, the majority do not have energy inside the massive organs. That's why I needed to treat all the internal organs to achieve health of the patients. And one organ can control the functioning of the other through this control cycle. And here's to show you that our body's energy source is through food and breathing. And the food is absorbed by this spleen here. It is absorbed by this spleen, and when this spleen is not working properly, that I show you, they do not have energy to work. And that's why all these food that my patient, but I think all the patients in the world is having, is that they are eating, but it's not absorbing adequately the food, because the spleen and pancreas that is responsible for the absorption of nutrients do not have energy. And also the lung that is responsible for the breathing process, to distribute the oxygen throughout the body, is not absorbing adequately this oxygen, and it is having problems in absorbing the nutrients and absorbing the oxygen. And that's why these are foods that can induce the spleen pancreas energy deficiencies, leading to less absorption of nutrients. And this is very common in Western cultures, to eat raw food, dairy products, cold water, and sweets. And that's why we needed to orientate the patient to avoid raw food, to absorb better the nutrients, and drink lukewarm water in a temperature about 32 to 35 degrees, and avoid all these dairy products from the ice cream, cakes, puddings, and many other foods. And the majority of the foods nowadays, they have cow's milk and dairy products, cheese. And that's why it's very important to orientate the patient to switch to make this food without this kind of dairy products, and to reduce the ingestion of sweets also. And here's a book that's written by Robert Cohen that say that milk is poisoning and not the good food for the human body. And he is explaining that this food, one of the cause of the cancer formation is the ingestion of dairy products, and the breast cancer especially, but all the cancers can be from the ingestion of dairy products. And also he's saying in this book, so many other diseases, that the increased incidence of myocardial infarction and osteoporosis and other conditions could become from the ingestion of dairy products. And in my daily practice, I took out the dairy of all my patients because they are compromised in the absorption of nutrients in the spleen pancreas, and all patients that had arthritis or any pain in the articulations is because of the ingestion of dairy products. And usually I take out this dairy to reduce the pain condition of these patients also. And to improve the lungs energy, we need to advise the patient to eat more broccoli and cauliflower, and not raw, but steam or cook it. And here is to show another article that I wrote about the why patients with knee pain still have symptoms despite of use of anti-inflammatory medications. In this article, I'm showing that the knee is controlled by the kidney and the liver, and that is why I showed you in my research that the kidney and the liver of all my patients are compromised, and that is why when you use the anti-inflammatory medications to treat the pain, it will harm even more the energy of these patients, that will harm even more this vital energy, leading to worsening of knee pain instead of treating. And here's to show you that the kidney energy comes from the parents and from the diet, that when the parents have low energy in the kidney, the baby that they will form will have a kidney energy deficiency. And that is why it's very important in my daily practice. Before having baby, I treated the energy of these parents to have a better energy state and to have a baby with energy with to fortify the energy of this baby. And this sleeping process is very important to replenish the energy of our body, because it's during the sleeping process that the energy is replenished during the night. And when the patient has these dark circles under the eyes, this is a mean of kidney energy deficiencies. And that is why when the patient has this sign, means that the kidney of this patient is weak. And that is why to not reduce even more this energy, we need to avoid the ingestion of coffee, soda, and matiti, and also to orientate the patient to drink the amount of water is 1 liter per 25 kilos per day, and the preference not to cold water, because cold water can induce the spleen pancreas energy deficiency, leading to malabsorption of nutrients. And now, in my daily practice, I orientate the patient to drink warm water, because if you wash one dish with warm water, the dish will rapidly be clean. But if you wash this dish with a cold water, this cold water will not wash this dish adequately, because these how can I say, these it will not clean. And this is what is happening inside our body when we drink cold water. All the things that is not good will be maintaining our body, in our health. And that is why it's better to drink warm water to eliminate all the not good things inside our body, to eliminate them. And that is why the information of internal heat is caused mainly by the ingestion of these kinds of foods. This is all this presentation is in the energy level, is not by the constitution of these foods, because all these explanations are in the energy level, that all these fried foods, eggs, honey, coconut, and alcoholic beverages, melted cheese, all are inducing the formation of more internal heat inside the body, leading to more propensity of having cancer. And in the treatment of cancer, we aim to improve all the energy of the body so that the body's own energy can fight against the production of cancer cells, because cancer cells, they are produced in the body every day. And what we need to do is to fortify the internal energy to fight against the formation of cancer cells and eliminate them from our body. And when the energy of this patient, of our patient, is weak, this cancer will not be eliminated by our body, and it will grow, and the formation of cancer will increase. And in this article, the concepts of wind in traditional Chinese medicine, they are saying that internal wind of hepatic origin is not only one of the cause of malignant tumor formation, but is the cause of formation of metastases. And that is why to form wind, we need to avoid the formation of that heat, because that heat or fire came from the lack of energy inside the body. And that is why when you replenish these internal organs energy, fortifying the energy, there will be the formation of less fire and the less wind and less metastasis. And analysis of the cause of the internal wind in patients with malignant tumors. Removing wind is the fundamental method in TCM for the treatment of malignant tumors and the metastasis. And the pathological changes in the liver, this is in the energy point of view in the liver, can propagate along the meridians and collaterals, other internal organs, which is the reason the liver is considered in TCM to be the formation of metastasis in cancer patients. Here's to show the same chart that the cancer comes from the energy deficiencies and the formation of the internal heat. And when the spleen pancreas becomes weakened for some reasons, and the reasons for this is the excessive worry in the emotional aspect, and the wrong eating habits, drinking many dairy products, raw food, cold water, and sweets, and the internal energies remain trapped in our body over time, cease to be fluid, becoming a viscous and causing the formation of phlegm. And the formation of phlegm is one of the cause of the formation of tumors, such as benign or malignant tumors. And to avoid the formation of internal heat, fire, and wind, it's necessary to improve the energy of all the organs. And to improve the energy, here's one article that I wrote, the importance of treating energy imbalances, replenishing the chakras energy for prevention and treatment of cancer patients. And in this article, I'm showing two cases that the patient has malignant cells, and only doing this kind of the treatment, the patient cure the cancer formation and do not need to do any chemotherapy or radiotherapy. But the patient did the surgery, but because the doctor that was treating her said that she needs to do the surgery, but during the surgery, he saw that the cancer turned benign after he did the biopsy. That was malignant in the beginning and turned benign after this treatment, only treating the energy point of view of these patients. And it was managed to decrease the size of the malignant cells only with the treatment of these energy deficiencies. It was possible to decrease the metastasis of one patient that I reported in this article, because in this article, there is a patient that was treating lung cancer, that he was using chemotherapy, radiotherapy. He did the surgery in the brain to take out the metastasis. But when he associated the treatment in the energy point of view, replenishing these chakras and the orientations about the dietaries that he need to avoid, and he was able to reduce or eliminate all the malignant cells only doing this kind of treatment. Here's to show you that the progression from health to disease in cancer patients, it is divided in 5 phases. The first 3 phases are alterations in the energy that the patient have symptoms, but the exams are normal. And when the patient have symptoms and the exams are normal, this does not mean that the patient do not have anything, because Western medicine diagnosis is only in the phase 4 when the exams showed some little alterations. And in this phase, it's very late because it's a phase before the formation of cancer, that's in the phase 5. And that's why we need to act in the 3 phases that are in the energy level, that we can replenish that energy of these chakras that is very low using the dietary counseling. And I will show you how I showed you in other presentation that I replenished this energy of these patients using a high diluted medication instead of high concentrated medication, because high diluted can improve the energy of this patient and fortifying the vital energy that can fight against the formation of cancer. And in patient diagnosed with cancer, the treatment of this lack of energy may serve as adjunctive therapy to chemotherapy that the patient is already undergoing, reducing the size of patients' tumors that can only reduce or disappear when you use the energy therapy, replenish this chakra's energy. And here's to show you that cancer patients also have energy deficiencies, and it's important to orientate to take out all these kinds of food that can increase the internal heat. And a talk from this doctor that was the author of that book about milk, he is saying that the lack of energy could come from the 5G technology, and the 5G technology of the cell phones were implemented in 2018, but my patients were studies before this implementation. I think other kinds of electromagnetic waves can reduce the vital energy too. What I noticed is that the studies that concluded that these energies cannot affect the human body, they did not study the energy of the patient in the energy point of view. And that occurs because the energy level cannot be seen by the naked eye. In this study, the author is showing that the time coincidence of poliomyelitis epidemics and the electromagnetic waves emission, together with the evolution of the virus, is strong support to the hypothesis that the exposure to electromagnetic fields, epidemic poliomyelitis, and the diversification of virus polio. Here's to show you that the microwaves and air fryers, these can induce the formation of internal heat also in the ingestion of this kind of foods. And the use of microwave can reduce the energy of these foods and leading to a weakness state of the human body that is ingesting this kind of food, leading to more propensity of formation of cancer, not because of the waves of microwave, but because of the weakness state that he is having after ingesting this kind of foods. That's why we need to have these two kinds in mind to treat the patients with cancer or preventing cancer using TCM reasoning together with Western medicine treatment. And the conclusion of this study is that the foods that could cause energy imbalances of these four energies in yang qi blood and the formation of heat retention and CAM or more formation of phlegm should be avoided in the prevention and formation of cancer patients with cancer. And the tools used in the treatment of these patients with cancer to treat cancer is to improve the vital energy, that you see that it is very reduced in all my patients, and also to reduce the formation of metastases, you need to improve the formation, the internal energy of this patient, reducing the formation of heat, and to maintain the equilibrium of the internal energies. According to Hippocrates, let food be your medicine or medicine your food. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I will be very happy to answer you. Thank you.
Actually, yes, I do have a question.
Okay.
I promise I will not take so much of your time. This topic about cancer is something that's very close to my heart because it's also related to my research about, cooking in the microwave, heat and all that. But one of the reasons why it's close to my heart is that a very close family died of brain cancer. And it was diagnosed by, every 6 months, we go through checkup and all that. And then they even said, oh, let's have a celebrate. You don't have any sickness or things like that. But 6 months before he passed away, suddenly they said, oh, you only got 6 months left, right? And another question that I've got is that one question that I've got for that instance is that, can it still be treated at that stage, or it's too hard anymore to reverse the cancer effects?
No, that's why I'm telling you that nowadays the cancer is treated only by the leaf level of the tree, that they are treating the cancer itself, but they are not treating the energy deficiencies that the patient is having, that you cannot see by the naked eye. You need to know that all cancer formation came from the energy deficiency, and you needed to treat the leaf level, but you needed to treat the root that is weak. That is why all cancer patients that are in the last stage of phase 5, that is having is treating by surgery, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy, and other kinds of treatment, you need to start this first, try dietary counseling, avoiding all dairy products in the ingestion of all the cold water, because all this food could reduce the absorption of nutrients and leading to a weakness state of the body, and also formation of phlegm that is causing the augmentation of these tumors. And secondly, you need to increase the level of energy. In my research, I'm demonstrating that the use of homeopathy medications will reduce will treat this cancer only using this kind of therapy. And when the patient is with Western therapy using chemotherapy or radiotherapy, you need to associate both treatment. And if you associate both treatments, the patient will have less side effects caused by this kind of treatment, that is the anemia, depression symptoms, lack of energy, fatigue, all these, when you associate it with this treatment of energy, the patient will have more quality of life, and the power of the body, the patient will have more energy to fight against the formation of this cancer formation. And you need to do this treatment in every kinds of cancer patients, and in the prevention, it's very important too, because we need to treat our energy before we acquire cancer, because we need to treat our energy to prevent the formation of this cancer. And that's why it's very important. I am writing so many publications about different kinds of cancer, because different kinds of cancer are treated only in the leaf level that I showed you. In the case of, for example, in the breast cancer, they only take out the breast, put the prosthesis, and do chemotherapy, radiotherapy. But the root, that are the energy deficiencies, are not treated. And that is why it's very important to treat together or after this treatment to reduce the formation of metastases or other cancer in the future. Okay.
Thank you. Here in Australia, there's a large, this financial year alone, the Australian government have allocated 12.1 million for more research on cancer treatments and studies. And I think people like us have to actually, create more awareness in the society, because, for example, here in Australia, there's a lot of skin cancer incidents, prostate cancer, breast cancer, name it. But I totally agree with what you're saying, but to me is that if it can help to give someone's a quality life, we should produce more articles, journals, and be the voice. So, we can give a better and quality life to more people. That's all. And thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question. This is very important. And this is important to us to have in mind, that we need to treat the energy deficiencies in all the cancer patients. In all kinds of cancer, there are energy deficiencies that we need to treat. And this is very important. We can treat the cancer itself only using this kind of treatment. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions further to Dr. Billing? If you have any question, just you can text here in chat box. We'll be asking behalf of you.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. As you deliver to.
You're welcome.
Yes. As you deliver to today's events, one is keynote presentation with a good number of participants. I am sure this conference will be memorable. Yes. Thanks for sharing your tips with us. Looking forward to meet again next time. Now we ask Dr. Giorgio Smaldon from Department of Agricultural Science from University of Naples from Italy to join the event and start presentation.
Oh, it is mine, no.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can go on.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. My name is Giorgio Smaldone, and this is the title of my presentation, Risk Assessment of Parasites in Turbo Farmed in Southern Italy, Preliminary Data. I am Giorgio Smaldone. I am a veterinarian. I am a PhD in production and safety of animal origin food. I am a researcher at University of Naples at the Department of Agricultural Sciences. And this is my department, Borbonian Palace in Portici, near Naples. What we have to do? Background, some news about turbo production, hazards related to fish, anisakis, and then the experimental design. As you can see in this graph, from 1950 to nowadays, we have an increase of consumption of fish to 9 kilos per capita each year in 1961 to more than 20 kilos in 260, and now we have much of 24 kilos. This is a graph dealing with seafood production, and we have many facilities about seafood production, also with the fish farm. And because of the increase of consumption of fish, we have a more, from 90, we have a dichotomic division between fish derived from aquaculture and fish derived from wild fisheries, which with more demand from fishes, also due by the population growth. Fish for human consumption in 280, 48% of fish consumed by human were from fisheries and 52% from aquaculture. But in a production projection, we know that in 230, about 16% of fish consumed by human will be for aquaculture. In Europe, EU was the 8th biggest production in terms of value of aquaculture, and in terms of volumes, we have mussels, trout, salmon. But in terms of commercial species, in terms of values, salmon was the best production in EU, with 25% of all aquaculture production in EU. We have different kind of production of aquaculture, but if we speak about fishes, we have the offshore cages or the inland production. And the inland production and the offshore cages helps to a circular bioeconomies. Turbo production. Turbo production commenced in the 1970s in Scotland and then became more in France and in Spain. This is the life cycle of turbot, and the commercial size is about 1-2 kilos. There was an increase in production from 1919, and the best producer of turbo were Spain, in the EU countries, were Spain, Portugal, and France. From 2006 till 2050, we have, if we speak about aquaculture, the 49% plus of production, but if we talk about fishery, we have the 19% plus of production in turbot. RASFF, what is the RASFF? RASFF was the Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed. It was a network in EU region, and we have, through the RASFF, through the Rapid Alert System, lots of notification about hazards in foods. Last years, we have 4,100 or more notification. And if we have, if we note the notification by product, fish and fishery products were at the 6th place. Concerning about not compliance of fish and fishery products, we know that at the 1st place we have metals, and at the 2nd place poor or not sufficient control, and at the 3rd place parasitic infection with 41 not compliance in the EU countries. If we talk about parasites, we have to talk about a zoonotic parasites called Anisakis. It was a nematode and called also round herring worms. It was discovered by Dujardin in 1845, and it was called Anisakis because of the Greek anisos, anis, from that means a worms with unequal extremity. The first report of Anisakis human infection was in 1876. First report of granulomas in Japan in 1940. First allergy diagnosis in 1990 in Japan, but in Italy, the first report of human anisakiasis infection was in 1996. This is Anisakis. Can you see the parasites?
Yes.
This is Anisakis. This is a L3 larvae of Anisakis in a fish. If you put in Google Anisakis, we have, you can see different type of parasites. And by morphology point of view, we have two types of Anisakis. Anisakis type 1, sensu berland, with a caudal extremity called mucron, and the type 1 Anisakis by molecular techniques were divided into 6 species: Anisakis simplex sensu strictu, Pegreffi, Berlandi, Typica, Zifidarium, and Nascetti. Anisakis type 2, sensu berland, we have not the mucron, but we have a conic termination, and we have from molecular techniques Anisakis physeteris, Anisakis brevis spiculata, and Anisakis pagie. Then we have 9 different species of Anisakis that were divided into 4 clade, called clade 1, in which we have Pegreffi, Simplex, and Berlandi, clade 2, Nascetti and Zifidarium, clade 3, Physeteris, brevispiculata, and Pagie, and clade 4, in which there was only Anisakis typica. This is the life cycle of Anisakis. The definitive hosts were mammals, marine mammals, that excrete unembryonated eggs in the sea. The eggs become embryonated with L2 larvae that become free swimming. The L2 larva was ingested by crustaceans, and then the L2 matured to L3 larvae. This is the first intermediated host. The second intermediated host were the finfish and cephalopods, and the life cycle ends when fish and squid that have L3 larvae infected humans and marine mammals. Humans became infected only when eat raw or undercooked fish that contains live L3 Anisakis larvae. These are the sources for zoonotic diseases, in which the larvae are deep embedded in the flesh of fish, and these flesh of fish were not cooked, but were raw fish like sushi and sashimi, or marinated as anchovies. Anisakiasis was the zoonotic parasitic zoonosis caused by accidental injection of live nematodes. This is important, not by dead nematodes. We have 4 types of forms of anisakis. The acute forms with involve entire gastrointestinal tracts with nausea, vomiting, and meteorism. This is the chronic form linked to the formation of eosinophilic granulomas in the intestinal tracts. Then we can have ectopic form with larva migrans syndrome with the perforation of gastrointestinal tract, and we also may have an allergic form due only to Anisakis simplex, only to Anisakis simplex species, not for the other species. In 2010, the EFSA, the European Food Safety Authority, make a scientific opinion on risk assessment of parasites in fishery products and concluded that it's therefore not clear when, under what condition, and in which fish species post-mortem migration of Anisakis simplex will occur, and states that for wild catch, only for wild catch fishes, no area, no sea fishing grounds can be considered free from Anisakis simplex. Then we may say that Anisakis everywhere, but we have to do a correct management and a correct risk analysis of Anisakis. We have to state where are present definitive hosts in the fishing ground. If there are intermediated hosts in the fishing ground, we have to know if the habitat will give the possibility to the whole life cycle of parasites to have. The fish species and feeding habits of intermediated host and the size of the fishes, because there was a direct correlation between size and between mean parasites intensity. Regulation 853 of 2004 in the requirement concerning parasites states that all food business operator placing on market the following fishing species derived from finfish and cephalod mussels that are intended to be consumed as raw or marinated, salted, or any other treatment if the treatment is not sufficient to kill viable parasites have to freeze the fishes at minus 20 degrees for 24 hours or minus 35 degrees for not less than 50 hours. But food business operator need not to carry out the freezing treatment if the fishery products derived from fish farming have been fed exclusively on diet that cannot contain viable parasites and have been reared in an environment free from viable parasites, as inland farming. The same EFSA panel states that all wild catch seawater and freshwater fish must be considered at risk containing viable parasites if these products are not to be eaten raw or almost raw, and also states that where farmed Atlantic salmon is reared in floating cages or onshore tanks and fed compound feedstuffs are unlikely to contain live parasites, the risk of infection is negligible unless a change in farms practice. But states that there are not sufficient monitoring for any other farmed species. Okay? And For this reason, aim of the work was the evaluation of the presence of Anisakis larvae in farmed turbot produced in southern Italy. This is the aquaculture farms called Aquamarina. 129 market-sized turbot were sampled for this trial with the average weight of 786 grams, more or less 126 standard deviation. These are turbots during feeding. (129) turbots were sampled, weighted, measured, was made a visual inspection according to Regulation 2074 of 2005. A chloropeptic digestion was made for viscera and for flesh, and all collected larvae were identified by morphological identification. Also, a retrospective analysis on self-control plan was conducted, and no ethical issues are raised in the present study because these research activities were carried out only on fish sampled on farms during harvesting at market sites just before the commercialization. Results: no larvae were found after visual inspection. No larvae were found after chloropeptic digestion, and no larvae were found in all samples subjected to self-control visual inspection during the past 2 years. No larvae were found in agreement to Fioravanti et al. And concerning farmed fish, the assurance of quality in terms of absence of defect is a very important prerequisite linked to consumers' confidence. In the Codex Alimentarius, in the section of filleting, skinning, trimming, and candling procedures, we may have 2 different types of potential hazard when the parasites are viable, but if the parasites are not viable, the presence of parasites could be considered only a defect. And for this reason, we may have a dual interpretation of the presence of parasites. FBOs must adopt effective treatment for inactivation of parasites if the parasites are viable, and for this reason we have to consider the zoonotic risks, but FBOs must not place on market product obviously contaminated with parasites because of the presence of defects, visible parasites, and possible disgust reaction of the consumers. In this case, the European Commission, with this document, on the implementation of the regulation on the hygiene and of food animal origin, it states that unsafe food and obviously contaminated food should not be placed on the market, but there are not explanation in terms of obviously, what means obviously, and no definition of number of parasites allowed for a product. Obviously contaminated was with 1 parasite, with 2 parasites, with 10 parasites. But FBO, if when visible parasites are only found in non-edible parts in the viscera. Normal procedure as gutting ensures that raw materials are not obviously contaminated, and when non-edible parts are removed, the raw materials are not considered obviously contaminated. But if edible parts result obviously contaminated as the flesh, FBO have not to place the fishery product on the market or have to apply normal sorting or processing procedures, including trimming, that ensure that this product to be presented to the consumer is no longer obviously contaminated. In this study, turbots are not usually contaminated, are not usually consumed as raw fish and not considered for a potential risk in terms of zoonosis, but it's fundamental have a parasitological examination of the farmed specimen and a detailed recording of the result. Concluding result pointed out the importance of documented HACCP procedures in the safe control management and show that both zoonotic risk of parasite infection in the inland farmed turbot, as far as the possibility to have anesthetic parasite findings, could be considered as negligible, allowing the possibility of derogation from preventing freezing treatment. Thank you for your attention.
Yes. Yes. Any questions to Dr. Giorgio Smaldon? Any questions? I think no questions, sir.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for speaking at this meeting and providing information. Thanks for sharing your tips with us. It was a video, it was amazing, sir. Looking forward to meet again next time.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Have a nice day, sir. Now we ask Dr. Paramit Kaur from the Chief Dietitian Department of Dietetics from All India Institute of Medical Science from India to join the event and start presentation.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I have to share my presentation. Just a moment.
Yes, madam. Are you audible my voice? Hello, doctor.
Hello.
Yes, madam. Just start your presentation by sharing your PPT. Meanwhile, we can go with alternate speaker, madam. We'll go with alternate speaker. Hello. Shall we go with alternate speaker, madam? Speaker, you can join after another talk.
कौन सी ऐप है मैम?
Hello. Hello. Am I speaking to Dr. Parmit?
Hello, you may continue with other, or I will email my PPT to you, and then next one I will take.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, I am mailing my PPT. I tried, but it is not going. So very sorry for the inconvenience. I am just going to email my PPT to you.
Yes, we'll go with, alternate speaker, madam. After that, you can get ready with your point.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, you may get more than 30 minutes more. Yes. Yes. Now we ask Dr. Jency George from Assistant Professor Food Engineering School of Bioscience from India to join the event and start presentation. Yeah, Dr. Jensen, just you can start your presentation.
Yeah, just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Share screen video. Good evening, everyone. I hope it's audible.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Now let me start. Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Jinsi from India. I would like to talk on a work which is carried out in our lab, that is on high pressure assisted infusion of natural antioxidants in pineapple slices. So let me first of all explain briefly that what is high pressure processing, as many of us might not be aware of this particular new emerging technique, that is high pressure processing. So high pressure processing, it is a non-thermal method of food preservation where it is named after a scientist called Blaise Pascal. This technique is also known as Pascalization also. And earlier application of this technique was first discovered in the field of metallurgy and ceramic industry. Then later in 1899, the preservative effect in food, it was discovered by a scientist called Haidt. So like that in 1980s, the first high pressure process food was introduced in the food market commercially. So the pressure which is used in this technique ranges from 50 to 800 megapascal. So that is equivalent to atmospheric pressure, means 1 megapascal is equivalent to 10 atmospheric pressure. So we can imagine the pressure exerted on the food materials when they were subjected to high pressure processing. So it is like similarly subjecting food to a depth of 60 kilometer deep in an ocean. This is the schematic representation of high pressure. So in the depth, the sea depth, the pressure exerted here is nearly 110 megapascal or 1100 bar or 1100 atm, that is atmospheric pressure. So there are various pre-treatments that are used in food industry to enhance the mass transfer rate. Mass transfer rate, as we all know, is like transfer or diffusion of moisture content, solid content, or any bioactive content in food matrix. So these are so many techniques that are currently used in the food market for enhancing the mass transfer rate, like centrifugal force, partial vacuum, and high pressure processing. And as per the literature review, I found that high pressure processing is considered as one of the best treatment that can be used or it can be applied to the food matrix to enhance the mass transfer rate more effectively or efficiently as compared to other techniques. So the next question is why we should use high pressure processing. High pressure processing leads to the rupture or permeabilization of cell membrane of food. So it significantly decreases the resistance offered to the infusion of any biologically active compound in a food. It can be like minerals, calcium, vitamins, or any natural colorant which you could infuse into the food and develop a functional food or a nutraceutical product. So that's how high pressure will be effective or helpful in creating a nutraceutical foods or enriched food products. So here in this work, we have taken the model sample as pineapple, and the infusate that we have used here is curcuminoids that has been derived from turmeric. Why we have taken pineapple here is the reason is that because of its porous matrix, which facilitate the process of infusion better as compared to other food matrices. And the reason for turmeric isolating curcuminoids from turmeric is because they are considered to be one of the major source of antioxidants. And we all know that this curcuminoid or this turmeric is not water soluble. So we have made it in such a way that it can be made water soluble by using 1:1 ratio of polypropylene glycol and polysorbate. So coming to the certain health benefits of turmeric, these are the certain health benefits that I have listed out. It has been used for thousands of years all over the world, I guess, as a spice and as a medicinal herb. And these compounds that are the bioactive compounds that are present in turmeric are called curcuminoids. And the most important one of this is curcumin. And this curcumin is the main active ingredient in turmeric, and it has got powerful anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. And according to the literature review, it has been found that it has even got other sort of pharmacological properties like anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, antiparasitic, anti-mutagenic, and so on, which I have listed few of them out of it. And this curcuminoid is also used as a coloring agent in food products like ice cream, bread, and so on, in many other products. So it is highly acceptable by anyone because it is not artificial, it is completely a natural colorant that we will be using it. So here we are trying to develop pineapple cubes infused with natural antioxidant or curcuminoid. So this is the process flow chart. We are taking pineapple cubes and the dimension is 15 mm cube. And after that, we are packing it in LDP pouches in aqueous suspension of curcuminoids in the ratio of 1:3. And we are dividing them into two batches. The first batch, we are carrying out at atmospheric pressure. The infusion is carried out at atmospheric pressure, that is at 0.1 megapascal in room temperature. And another batch, we are doing subjecting it to high pressure processing for a different pressure range, that is from 50 to 350 megapascal at room temperature for 10 minutes each. And for different concentration of brick solution also, like in the packing material, we will add sugar or sucrose solution with different degree concentration ranging from 0 to 70 degree bricks. So after the study, it was found that due to the pressure treatment, among all the pressures taken from ranging from 50 to 350 megapascal, the infusion rate of curcuminoids at 350 megapascal was found to be relatively higher as compared to other pressures. And if we compare it with our infusion studies carried out in the atmospheric pressure, it was found to be nearly 10 times more compared to the ones which were carried out in normal atmospheric pressure. So here we are trying to make a graphical, we are trying to plot graph. In this also, it was found that, as I said earlier, a 10-fold increase in curcuminoid content was observed after the pressure treatment of 350 megapascal. So based on the studies, we have standardized this particular pressure for our further studies. So the radical scavenging activity also was found to be nearly 3-fold higher in the treated sample, that is at 350 megapascal, as compared to the row slices, that is without any treatment, and untreated ones, that means the ones which are carried out in the normal atmospheric pressure. So at our standardized pressure of 350 megapascal, we have tried to study the effect of osmotic solution on our infusion rate, like whether the osmotic solution has any effect on the infusion of this particular antioxidant in the pineapple slices. So we have taken 4 different concentrations. One is 40%, 50%, 60%, and 70%. So based on the studies, it was found that with an increase in the concentration of the surrounding medium, there was a decrease in the infusion rate of the antioxidant in our pineapple slices. So the maximum infusion can be only obtained when the surrounding medium has only 0% or no solute added to them. So the maximum infusion rate was found to be higher at 0% as compared to the change in brick solute concentration. Even the curcuminoid infusion was also, as I said earlier, was found to be higher at 0% as compared to other at 70%. So during the osmotic dehydration, we are trying to see the moisture content loss at standard atmospheric pressure and at 350 megapascal per 10 minutes. So here we found that high pressure treatment at 70 degree bricks resulted in higher diffusion of water to the surrounding media as compared to the untreated sample. So why it's happening is because of the rupture of the cell membrane, diffusion of the moisture content into the surrounding medium will be higher in case of high pressure treated sample as compared to the untreated samples or the ones that were carried out in normal atmospheric pressure. So this is the 70 degree bricks treated sample. Here the loss of moisture was found to be higher with increase in time. Similarly, the solid content, that is the absorption of the sucrose content inside the sample, was also found to increase up to 17.12 kg per kg due to the pressure treatment as compared to the ones that were carried out under normal temperature, normal pressure. And we found that high pressure processing, the vitamin C loss content during this process, the vitamin C content loss was also, there was no significant difference in loss of vitamin C or ascorbic acid content in pressure treated sample at 0 degree bricks. But there was a leaching of vitamin C observed with increase in osmotic solution, with increase in the concentration of the osmotic solution. So we can even say that high pressure processing helps in the better retention of the nutrition attributes of the food products as compared to any other treatment also. So here, after all the four samples after treating with high pressure, we have done the textural studies, the texture attributes, that is compression force. Here we found that at 350 megapascal, there was a softening of the tissue observed. So the compressive force required to penetrate the sample was also found to reduce, or lower force was only required to penetrate the substrate. So now after the infusion, we try to develop a minimally processed pineapple cubes. So what we'll be doing after this high pressure treatment of standardized pressure, that is 350 megapascal in 10 minutes, we'll go for osmotic dehydration. Then we will air dry it for at 30 degrees Celsius for 24 hours to remove any adhering moisture on the surface. Then we will repack it into different packages, that is LDP and PET film laminates or pouches. And then we will try to store in normal room temperature for nearly 45 days and see the shelf life, that whether there is any changes in the textural attributes or in the carotenoid content, or any moisture loss or picking up is taking place. So we'll be storing it for 45 days and we try to study the shelf life of the stored product. So based on the textural parameter of this pineapple candy during storage period of 45 days, it was found that the samples that were stored in LDP pouches, the stringiness, gumminess, and chewiness was found to increase relatively as compared to those samples that were packed in PET film or laminates. Moreover, the percentage uptake or the moisture uptake from the air in the sample packed in the LDP pouches was found to be higher as compared to the PET laminate. And there was also degradation of carotenoid content was also observed in the samples that were stored in LDP pouches as compared to the PET pouches, because they are light sensitive. So being in LDP pouches, they will degrade very faster as compared to the PET laminates. So based on our findings, it was found that the best package for storing this particularly minimally processed pineapple cubes will be PET film, because of the higher in the retention of the infused bioactive content and better textural attributes as compared to the ones that are packed in LDP pouches. And it was also evident that the developed product in the two packaging material has a significant effect on their textural attributes or nature of the candy also. So I would like to conclude, overall, I want to give a conclusion is that this technique of high pressure processing mainly for infusion application was found to be very feasible, economical, and very efficient, with enhanced mass transfer rate in a very shorter processing time. And these are some of the work that has been carried out by previous researchers based on high pressure assisted impregnation in fruit matrix, and by just using normal osmotic dehydration. This first one paper was published by me itself on polyphenols in infusing it in apples, and others were published by other researchers. Thank you for giving me the time for patiently listening. Okay.
Yes, any questions? Just if you have any question, just you can text in chat box. We'll be asking behalf of you. Yes, thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much for speaking up in this meeting and providing your perspective. Thanks for sharing your tips with us. Looking forward to meet you again next time.
Yeah, thank you, sure, absolutely.
Next, we ask Dr. Paramit Kaur, from Chief Dietitian from Department of Dentistry from All India Institute of Medical Sciences from India, to join the event. Just you can start sharing your PPT.
I have sent my PPT and you will be. I have sent my PPT by email.
Oh. Yes.
I have sent my PPT by email
Yes, madam. Hello.
My PowerPoint to you.
Yes, we have got. We have already shared you the PPT on the screen.
Please play the PowerPoint. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and for the inconvenience. Citation from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, and this department was established in the year 1959, and we have been providing food service to hospitalized patients over 2,400 patients. So it is a teaching hospital, research hospital, and also patient care services are given here. Next slide, please. We know about the role of hospital diets that patients are admitted here, and to the patient, diet is given for the recovery, earlier recovery, and also when the diets are of various variety and of various textures in the hospital. And when a patient leaves a hospital, it is with a message that it also serves educational function for promotion of healthy eating. Next slide, please. Now, I just said that department was established in the year 1959. And now after 60 years, we have developed dietary standards for all hospitalized patients. And for preparing dietary standards for the hospitalized patient diet, nutrient requirements for Indian and Indian food composition tables were referred. Next slide, please. And for planning various clinical nutrition or therapeutic diets, we use ESPN and ASPN formula, because we know that when a patient is admitted in hospital, the patient may be disease-related malnourished or community-based or hunger-based. So it is very important to give specific diet to the patient as per the disease condition or state of malnutrition. Next slide, please. Now, we also standardized all the conversions, portion sizes, all the service, whatever, curry bowls, soup bowls. Next slide. Next slide. Cups. Next slide. Next slide. So not only the empty cups and bowls were standardized, even the portion sizes of each recipe was standardized, and total yield was calculated, and number of portions was also calculated, and thereafter their nutritive value was calculated. Next slide, please. And recipe and meal standardization was done by the chefs of the reputed hotel management institutes, and they were tested by the eminent bodies and all the dietitians and also the administration people. Next slide. And here we planned the weekly cyclic menu, and 5 meals in a day was standardized, starting from bed tea, breakfast, lunch, evening tea, and dinner. Next slide. Then hospital dietary standards, they were prepared for the normal dieted patients, which included adult patients, children, that is pediatric patient, pregnant women, lactating women, elderly, that is geriatric population, and normal diet modifications were done for clear liquid, full fluid, and semi-solid diets. Next slide. And again, we use recommended dietary allowances for Indian table for this purpose, and they were utilized. Next slide. And adult diet, in adult diet, in this, the percentage of macronutrient distribution was taken as per their norms, and we included various food groups like milk, curd, cottage cheese, wheat porridge, whole wheat bread, wheat flour, rice, pulses, legumes, vegetables, then seasonal fruits, cooking oil, so butter, jam. So standardization was done for all the ingredients. Next slide, please. And therapeutic diets were also planned for weight reducing diets, high protein diets, COPD diets. So they were all possible hospital diets which were taken into consideration. Next slide. And also various enteral nutrition feed like standard feed, diabetic feed, renal feed, dialysis feed, curd feed, COPD feed, Kyleek feed, and even the commercial feeds which were marketed in India, both national and international preparations, they were given to patients as per their requirements. Next slide. Now it is COVID time, so standardization was also done for the recipes to be given to COVID-19 patients. Next slide. Nutrition for COVID-19 patients which were hospitalized in quarantine, it was, we ensured that high protein formulas were given to these patients, and to boost the immunity, the best of herbs and spices were included in the recipes, and even the milk was served with turmeric because it is golden milk, and Indians, they are used to having turmeric, so it was also introduced in the hospital. Next slide. And the patients who were in ICU, dietitian, they go for regular visit and assess the biochemical records of all these patients, and then, and also there is a blenderized kitchen-based feed formulas, they were given to the patients. It was not necessary only blenderized feeds were given, even other kind of feeds, commercial feeds may also be given as per the nutritional requirement of the patient. Next slide, please. So we came out with nutritional standard for hospital diets, and this was a work of over 21 dietitians, and as I told you, we covered around 45 diets. So in this forum, it will not be practically possible for me to tell you, to introduce with all the kind of diets which we have standardized. It is just a preview. Next slide, please. And then it was formally launched in the 2020, 15th August, by our Honorable Director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Next slide. So this initiative is for being done for the first time in India. In India, we have standards for only normal diet, but we do not have standards for therapeutic diets. So I am sure and hopeful that standardization of these diets in India will help to improve the dietary services and patient management, clinical care, and rate of recovery of the patients. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, any questions? Any questions to Dr. Paramit Kaur? Yes. No questions, madam. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much for speaking up in this meeting.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and providing a unique perspective. Thanks for sharing your tips with us. Looking forward to
Thank you
meet
so
you again next time.
Yeah, same here. Same here. Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Yes. Yeah. Next, we ask Dr. Kadgino Diaz, SD from Food and Nutrition Consultant from UK to join the event and start presentation.
Yes, hi. Thank you
Yes.
so much. I am now trying to share my screen.
Yes, madam. You can.
I'm sorry, I am trying to get access to it. Are you able to see my screen now?
No, madam.
I'm sorry about this. Once again. If you would like to continue with someone else, please go ahead. I'm trying to share my screen, but having difficulty doing it.
So will you share your PPT through WhatsApp number? You
Sure.
can share here. You can share here in privately. Just you can share to me. I'll be playing behalf of you immediately.
Great.
You can do it now. You will.
Okay.
Yes. We have a lot of time.
Thank you.
Do you have your PPT on the desktop, madam?
That's what I'm trying to set with you now.
Yes. Just in bottom of the screen, you can find a share screen with the green color. Bottom of the screen, you can find it with share screen, green
Yes,
color.
I've done that, but my security settings don't let me share it.
Oh.
Just a second. I've sent it. Just a second. Somebody. 1 second, I'm trying to get it to share. I've shared it on the via WhatsApp. Are you able to play it for me?
Yes, we have got it. Just give me 1 minute.
Yeah. Thank you.
Otro combo. Rápido. Otra persona. Yeah, very good.
Hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, madam, you can continue.
Yeah. Okay, can you see my screen now? Hello?
No.
Still not, okay.
Previously we saw, just it disappeared again.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry, now I can't even see you, so hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you can continue, madam.
Yes, okay, so
Yes.
now you're able to see my screen, right?
Yes, finally.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much, everybody, for waiting for me. So now, successful. Today, I will be talking to you about mushrooms and why their key nutrient sources and their function in terms of sustainability in eating practices. Today, I'm talking to you from Germany, where I am based, and where we've seen a real growth in the demand and the utilization of mushrooms as both whole foods and also as a key ingredient for functional products. So in order to get started, I would like us really to get into context by focusing on the current panorama of our food production. So right now, what we see is that a lot of food supply chains have collapsed in the past year or year and a half due to the current pandemic. And we've really come to realize how fragile most of our eating systems are. And when we keep this in mind, we really need to pay attention and focus to what we are doing now and what we will be doing in the future to ensure that we are all able to access sufficient and healthy food to cover all of our needs. Now, in terms of sustainability, of course, it is generally accepted that a plant-based diet or plant-based eating practices in general are much more environmental friendly than those that rely heavily on animal-based products. However, we do need to remember that not all is black and white, and often certain foods are even more environmentally sustainable than others because of their farming practices, their production, the degree of processing that goes into these foods before they reach our plates and before we actually consume them. So in order to give you an example of what I mean, we have here the case of plant-based oils. We have two examples. We have palm oil, which we see illustrated there on the right side, and olive oil production, which is one of the examples. Of course, it's not always so different and so contrasting, But here you can easily understand how, for example, the production of palm oil is often linked to extensive deforestation, and the effects that has not just on the environment, but also animal welfare, society welfare, and communities that are displaced. And on the other hand, when we have olive oil production, we can do it sometimes in a sustainable manner. It doesn't mean it always happens like this, but there are certain initiatives which include things like crowd farming, which we see an illustration there on the left, where the practices are much more focused on the sustainability, and it can be done in various ways around the world. So although plant-based eating practices are a step more sustainable than animal-based ones, they are not always done in the same way, which is why we are going to focus for this presentation on mushrooms. Now, as we've said, in general, the environmental impact of animal-based foods, it's much more stronger than the plant ones. But even within the plant category, if we go for mushrooms, you will be able to see that they have additional benefits to consider them as part of sustainable practices. So why mushrooms? Obviously, they have a lot of nutrition advantages. They're a great source of nutrients, not just for protein, which we tend to highlight, but also things like fibers and other phytochemicals, which are beneficial for our health. Some of the extracts are used in traditional eating practices, and also in terms of medicine and remedies and treatments that are explored and have been used traditionally and are also becoming more and more part of our mainstream medical management. They can also be used for other areas such as textile and building materials. And in general, they represent a really good starting material for all of these various sources of development. So for example, some of the applications that we have, I would just like to mention them before we really go into the whole nutrition topic, are things like non-food applications for mushrooms. We have vegan leather. You can see that shoes and clothing items are already being developed from various mushroom substrates. We also have biodegradable packaging. And if you remember from a couple of presentations ago earlier today, we were talking about the importance of our cooking utensils. We had that excellent presentation from one of our colleagues. And this can also be an alternative, perhaps not for cooking, but for packaging, which was the question that I had, because we need to be aware of the migration of particles when we are preparing our foods, but we're also when we're storing them, when we're transporting them, and in places where a lot of the food is consumed on the go. This is a much more eco-friendly option to what is currently used, such as plastic. And a lot of the times we are able to eat the packaging. So that is also something exciting to look forward to. We also have architectural structures that are now being developed from different mushrooms. You can see there various types of bricks that are already being elaborated. They are surprisingly strong. They would usually be waste products. So this is a way in which we can really use up the whole cycle of mushroom for food production. And then the leftovers can be implemented in these practices. And there on the right, in this case, it's an art exhibition in New York, which was at the BOMA. It's called a living building, and it's made from various types of mushrooms. And it just goes to show that at some point in the future, we might be able to use them as part of our cities as well. So popular mushrooms around the world. Here we just have a short extract. Of course, there are hundreds and hundreds of them, but these are the ones that tend to be more available in the market, more well-known by certain populations, and generally integrated into what is becoming more and more daily habits. So we have the traditional white button mushrooms, Firminis, portobellos, and then it gets a little bit more interesting and less mainstream, the enoki, oyster, maitake, and shiitake mushrooms. Of course, these are just certain varieties, and they vary by country, by culture. So in my case, I am originally from Mexico, and there we eat a lot of the mushrooms that grow on other foods. So that is also an area that is yet to explore in other countries that might not be so keen into this adventurous eating lifestyle. But here in Germany, for example, when it's mushroom season, a lot of people go into the forest, pick their own mushrooms, and really integrate it into their eating practices. So there's a lot of room to explore. Now, the research that we are focusing on, I will present to you briefly some of the methodology because this is ongoing research. So it is taking place at various institutions around the world, depending on the type of mushroom and the facilities available. But basically what is being done is a life cycle analysis of the mushroom production. So we have various inputs that we're looking at and assessing what is required for this production en masse, large scale production of mushrooms. So not just for home consumption, but actually entering a market and exploring growth and really utilizing the whole life cycle as it is illustrated here. How much of it we can produce, including all of the impacts that will be derived from this process. So the measurements that we've been looking at are, for example, the global warming potential, water utilization, energy utilization, and impacts at marine level, eutrophic water systems, etc. So we basically, what we're doing is we're taking mushrooms, we're growing them and saying, hey, is this an option to other food sources? And is it really better? So if I'm making the same amount of mushrooms as I would need to feed a community or population from animal-based sources of food or plant-based sources of food, is it really advantageous to go for the mushrooms? And the life cycle analysis, of course, can look at various factors. In this case, the main ones to focus on are energy utilization, fresh water utilization, and the global warming potential short term. So let's say 20 years and then long term, 100 years. So it's difficult to predict, but it is something that we need to start considering now if we really plan to be able to feed our global populations later in the future. So this is a little bit of the process flow for the data collection that we're having. So we have, of course, the composting, the raw ingredient manipulation, and then the post-harvest manipulation, because you can't just do the analysis of growing the plant. You also need to consider things like collecting it, storing it, preparing it, delivering to market, and then you'll be able to consider the whole flow of it. So some of the findings that I will now show you will be divided by their impact. So first of all, just to give us an idea and not to really talk about isolated information, here you see the nutritional data composition based on the information from the USDA of how cooked beef compares to mushroom. So in this case, we have a similar amount of both food options, and you can see how they compare in terms of nutrients. So this is, of course, cooked beef, and it is raw mushrooms, but of course they can be cooked as well. So in terms of favorable nutrients, we see that they're very compatible for the people who are concerned about energy intake. It represents good low-calorie option. If fiber is something that we're striving to increase, it is, of course, another excellent option. And then we have the dietary fat composition. Mushrooms are not really strong in this point, but because of the way they are usually consumed, they do tend to increase once we don't consider them in isolation, but rather as part of a full meal or as part of a full dietary plan. And then, of course, the micronutrient composition, so all the vitamins and a couple of minerals that also pop up in there. Now, in terms of the production, one of the advantages and strong advantages that we would like to highlight is the upcycling of materials. So normally a lot of these substrates that are used to produce these mushrooms or to be able to grow them or farm them are what would we consider waste products. So this is an excellent way for the byproducts of traditional agriculture to be put to good use. So we have things like manure, litter, husks, basically whatever's left over from other agricultural practices can be used to grow these mushrooms. So this is one of the advantages of having mushroom agriculture as an option. We also have the water utilization. So it is much more efficient to grow these sources of nutrients when compared to animal products or other vegetable and fruit items. You can see the numbers that we have so far are in the range of approximately 15 liters of water required to grow an entire kilogram of mushrooms. And now this might sound like a lot, but it's often 10 times less than other food items. So here's a little bit of information for you to really compare. You can see that mushrooms are not even on the scale because the lowest item that we have here are sugar beets at 142 liters per kilo. And as I said, for mushrooms, it's 15. So completely off the charts in a positive way, 10 times less than what is even shown here. And you can see that this is extremely advantageous for regions where water might not be an abundant resource, and more something that we want to be aware of with things like climate change, where we might really need to consider the usage of the water. Now, in terms of energy, mushroom growing is also much more efficient. It requires a lot less energy than other food sources. So approximately 0.5 kilowatt hour of energy to grow these crops, which is about what you need to brew a pot of coffee, excuse me. And you can see from this figure here, if you look at the bottom part in the middle, the fungi section and the scale, please, I really like for you to have a look at the scale. The first bar graph that we have there, which is the energy usage in kilowatt hours, it's well below 25. And if you compare it with other sources of food, even with the vegetable or insect options, microalgae, for example, this is much lower. So even compared to other non-animal food sources of potential growth, mushrooms still come up as much more efficient. In terms of CO2 emission, we do not have the full measurement yet because it varies a lot depending on which methodology is used for the growth of mushrooms. Sometimes it does require something like a greenhouse. Sometimes it can be done outdoors. Sometimes it needs to be done in a protective environment. So this is still yet to be determined, but we estimate that it will be much, much lower than things like citrus fruits or nuts, which you can see from this graph are already at the bottom of the CO2 impact. So from an environmental perspective, in terms of CO2 production, mushrooms are also likely to come up as a much better option. And of course, for land utilization, this is one of the biggest problems with things like beef production or poultry or any kind of animal-based food products because of the land that is required to rear these animals. Now, if we think of better for our health options, such as free roaming chickens, they require a lot of space. Also for agriculture, we require a lot of land to grow sufficient amounts of food. And with mushrooms, we have the option of really utilizing spaces that would normally not be advantageous for food growth. We also have things like stacked and vertical growing facilities. And you can see here, these are some growing centers in Canada, and they can be really done indoors, stacked up all around these matrices for growing mushrooms, and they become much more efficient. It is also now being proposed that it can be grown along the sides of buildings. So vertical farming is an option that is really to be explored. And it's very exciting because these are buildings that are already there, and we would just be making them greener and making them work for us in terms of food production. And how does this enter our whole food system? From this figure, you can see that basically mushroom growers, mushroom farmers, and mushroom scientists in general are able to take the leftovers, take what normally would be discarded or used as a pollutant or a contaminating agent, and really put it to use. And By doing this, we're able to grow things that will become food itself or will be used as an extract for medicine, for the whole pharma industry, and for traditional or alternative therapies, which are also growing in certain regions of the world. In other regions, they have been employed for long periods of time. And this ancient knowledge is something that we're trying to also bring forth and rescue by the use of mushrooms and their varieties. Here's a nutritional value of some of the edible mushrooms that we're working with, and you can see that they really vary in terms of protein, fat, and carbohydrate composition. In general, their energy is not something that we need to be concerned about, but rather the acceptance into communities that are not used to having them regularly is, I would say, the main barrier of getting them to become mainstream. Of course, there are also many manipulations that we can make from these mushrooms. So not just as the whole food itself, but also extracts, powders, and then turning that into specific products that are growing in demand. So right now we see a boom in the market for mushroom-based products or ingredients such as powdered drinks, capsules, or chewables, consumables in general that are taking the traditional mushroom shape and really just extracting its functional part. And that is really growing. So we can see here, for example, the market size, and this is specifically for North America, the growth that was expected. Of course, some of these numbers are going to have to be reconsidered due to the pandemic, but nevertheless, we see that the trend is up. And it is something that we need to continue exploring and to consider if it is going to be advantageous for us and for our planet long term. And well, to conclude, all of these mushroom varieties serve many functions, but it is really important to keep them into context and to really understand how they compare in terms of quantity, in terms of utilization, and overall how we can use them and implement them and translate them into nutritional guidance practices, and at the end of the day, dietary habits that will be used by the various populations. So I will leave you with this beautiful pink oyster mushroom. And if you have any questions, I'm really happy to take them now.
Yes. Yes. Any questions to Dr. Sara Dias? Any questions? No questions, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you
madam.
so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for speaking up in this meeting and providing a new perspective. Thanks for sharing your tips with us. Looking forward to meet you again next time. Now we ask Dr. Suvartan Ranveer from Dairy Chemistry Division, Varney College of Dairy Technology from India to join the event and start presentation.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
And my slides are also
yes, it's fine, sir.
Yes. Good evening to all of you. First of all, I heartily thankful to conference committee member to provide me the opportunity for talk on the wonderful conference. Okay, so basically I am Dr. Suvartan Ranveer. I did my PhD in dairy chemistry from National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal, and presently I am working as assistant professor in Warner College of Dairy Technology, Schweitz, Prayagraj. And today I am going to deliver my PhD research topic that is entitled Development of Analytical Method to Assess the Self-Stability of UHT milk with special reference to proteolytic activity. So in my slides, I will cover the following points. So basically, little bit focus on the introductory part to my presentation. So as we know that, so basically milk. So milk is required from children to older people. So because in milk contains the several type of the nutrition components. So like as it is rich in a fat, protein, carbohydrate, vitamins, and many of the minerals. So that are essential for our body for the development and the growth. But there is a high percentage of the nutrition value it's causing to there is a growth of certain type of the microorganism because our milk will be the spoil within 1 or 2 days, so it is very difficult to keep for long period. So to store the milk for long period, so there is a several type of the heating process which are used to extending the life. So in that basically the one treatment like as the UST milk. UST, what is the UST milk? So UST milk means when the milk is subjected to very high heat treatment, it's about 135 degrees Celsius to 150 degrees Celsius for 1 to 2 seconds. So it is a very short time of the treatment. So if when it is a packet aseptically, so it can be sustained to store the milk for up to 6 months at a room temperature. Means, so basically the function of that UST milk to supply the demand in the lean season, like as RV. So they are particularly just living in like as very icy places. So there is a transportation facility is very difficult. So how to supply them the nutritious milk? So that is the way of the UST milk. Means its shelf life is about 6 months. So it can be stored there. So now people is also changing the lifestyle. So they are also accepting the UST milk. So globally in UST milk market, which is reached about 114 billion liter in 2019, and it is expected to increase CAGR ratio by 5.10 in the period of 2020 to 2025. So there are the several type of the advantages of UST milk. It's having the long shelf life. Already I told that. So it's having the shelf life about 6 months. So minimum nutritional loss. So holding time of the higher heat treatment is only for 1 to 2 seconds. So like as in our boiling condition, there will hold for about 3 to 4 minutes. But here is the holding time is only 1 to 2 seconds. So it's nutritional loss is a very less. So packaging size, it can allow to fill the package from 100 ml to 5 to 10 liters. It's energy saving. So it can be saving the energy by 40% up to the traditional using methods. So low handling and labor cost. It is having the very low handling cost and labor cost. So basically, apart from this bunch of the advantages, so there are certain type of the defects which occur during the storage of the UST milks. So that defects, which is basically based on the heating load. So when the heating load is less, so that time the certain enzymes, so basically in milk there is also enzyme which are present. So certain enzyme which are activated during the storage, and that hydrolyze and formation of the particularly gelation and gel formation during the bottom part. So that is increasing the sedimentation also. And when the heating treatment is a higher side, so it will form the off flavor. So sometimes we say that that is a cook flavor. So it is because of the high heat load. So basically what is the proteolysis? So basically gelation and bitterness. So gelation is scientifically known as the proteolysis, and that proteolysis is caused because of the natural enzyme, which is native enzymes that is present in a milk. And second one is a bacterial proteinase, means initially bacteria which are secreting the certain type of the protease. So that will be the activate during the storage, and that hydrolysis the protein molecule during storage and formation of the gel. So basically proteolysis causes the development of the bitter flavor, increasing the viscosity. So basically it will formation of the gel, it will increase the viscosity. Again it will form the gel and degrade the beta casein molecule into the gamma casein and protease peptones. So as I told that, so basically in milk, so there is a several type of the enzyme which are present. So like as plasmin is a naturally present proteinase present in a milk. So that is causes the proteolysis in milk. That is basically major spoilage in UST milk, which is not acceptable by the consumer because the market demand which is decreased out of the UST milk. So that is a plasmin, which is a major factor which is responsible for producing the gelation in the UST milk. So plasmin initially present in a inactive form. So that is known as the plasminogen. When the plasminogen activator break down the plasminogens, so it will convert it into the plasmin. And plasminogen and plasminogen activator, these are the heat stable molecules, whereas the plasminogen plasminogen inhibitor and plasminogen activator, they are the heat labile, means they are not sustaining at the higher heat treatment, means they will inactivate at higher heat treatment. But plasmin and plasminogen activator, which can be sustained at even at higher heat treatment, so that causing the hydrolysis of the protein molecules. So apart from the native plasmin, so certain type of the bacteria, so at lower temperature, so initially the cyclotrophic bacteria which can be the grown, so that cyclotrophic bacteria will produce the basically protease enzyme. So initially during the processing, that cyclotrophic bacteria will be the kill out, but that produced proteinase will be the present there, and that will be hydrolyze the protein molecule during the storage of UST milk. That will reduce the shelf life of the storage of the UST milk and acceptability of the consumer, because that reason the market demand of UST milk which is going to be decreased out. So what is the enzymatic mechanism of the gelation? So like as initially during the higher heat treatment, so already I told that the heating of UST is 135 to 150 degrees Celsius. So that such high heat treatment, the beta-lactoglobulin and kappa-casein complex is formed. So that is the second point here, is the beta-lactoglobulin and kappa-casein complex form, and during storage, so that is basically native plasmid enzyme or bacterial proteinase which act on that complex and break down that complex and formation the dissociation form. So again during storage, that formation of the net negative charge will aggregate towards and formation of the three-dimensional network that causes the gelation during storage of the UST milk. So basically this is a major problem. So like as in globally, so many of the dairies are facing such a type of the problem. Not only our Indian country, basically the US country also facing a lot of the problems of the proteolysis. So basically during my PhD work, I have developed one ATR FTI, that is attenuated total reflectance Fourier transformer infrared spectroscopy, which is a rapid method to assess the proteolysis in UST milk. So basically we developed that method so we can identify the milk which is suitable for processing of the UST processing. Suppose we found that the milk is having higher the proteolysis, so we can say that immediately this milk is not suitable for the proteolysis, so it will hydrolysis during the storage of the protein molecule and causes the gelation. So our developed method is a very rapid. So our developed method is basically rapid method, and we standardize that method with a traditional using method like as RPH, PLC, TNBS, fluorosamines method. But that three method is a very tedious method that requires the higher amount of the chemical, that is requires skill labor, and majorly it will take long time, about at the 7 to 8 hours for the analysis. So our developed method which is giving the result within a half hour. So basically our developed method is a rapid method and it is a chemical-less method. And in second, that we have also assessed the protease activity. So traditionally there is a protease activity which is measured by the spectrophotometric and spectrofluorometric method, but that method is a milk is a whitish and there is a turbidity problem. So colorimetric, which is a very difficult to analysis. So we use the clarifying reagent and reduce out the chemical reagent usage. So by using the clarifying reagent, so it will giving the clear solution, so that is increases the repeatability and accuracy of the assessment of the proteolysis. So basically our develop, I'm not going to discuss about that the traditional methodology here with, because of the shortage of the time. Only I'm going to discuss about that our developed methodology. So basically we have prepared the clarified extract by two ways. First one is the isolytic precipitate extract and second one is the TCA precipitate extract. So for isolytic precipitate extract, we initially took 2.5 ml of milk and there added the 25 ml of the warm water and followed by added 0.25 ml of the acetic acid, and it was kept for the 30 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes, and later than it was added at 0.25 ml of the sodium acetate and followed it is incubated for 15 degrees Celsius for the 10 minutes, and it is filtered through by using the Hartmann filter paper 41 and directly measure on the FTIR. So in TCA precipitate extract, we directly mix the equal quantity of milk with the 12% of the TCA solution, that is the trichloroacetic acid solution, and it is incubated for 30 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. So later on, basically it filter out by using the Hartmann filter paper and followed it is analyzed on the FTIR. So this is a chromatogram. So initially we collected the raw milk, same batch of the raw milk, pasteurized, that is a prior to UST processed milk and UST processed milk. There, that is the same milk which is processed of the pasteurization and later on the UST process, and that milk was collected from the Verka dairy plant, Chandigarh. So initially that milk was collected in NABL accredited laboratory of our institute, and that sample was categorized into the two groups. First one is stored at 5 degrees Celsius and second one is stored at 30 degrees Celsius. So and later on analyzed by every 1 month of the interval up to for the 4 months. So basically the first chromatogram is the isolated precipitate sample stored at 5 degrees Celsius, and second chromatogram which is shown at the sample stored at 30 degrees Celsius. From the chromatogram, it is observed that the pattern of the 0 month, 1 month, 2 month, and 3 month and 4 month of the sample is pattern of the spectra is similar, but absorbance and height of the peptide peaks is increase as the storage month of the increase. Means it is basically because of the hydrolysis of the protein and formation of the different peptide. So that initially the amide group, which is the formation, and amide groups of the absorbance, which is the increases during storage. So initially the black color of the spectra, which is showing as the milk sample analyzed after the 4 months, and initially the green color spectra, that is the only bottom level, that was basically fresh milk that is initially collected on the 0 day samples. So basically in the 30 degrees Celsius, the height of the peptide peak is slightly higher as compared to 5 degrees Celsius stored sample. Means the 30 degrees Celsius is having higher proteolysis as compared to sample stored at 5 degrees Celsius. So this is for the TCA precipitate. Initially we collected the isolated precipitate extract, and second one is collected of the TCA precipitate extract. In TCA precipitate extract we found the better result because in isolated precipitate extract there is a dilution is very less. Dilution is more, but in TCA precipitate extract there is a dilution is very less. That is increasing the height of spectra is very high, and identification is more clear in a TCA precipitate extract. So this is our developed method, that is a very rapid method for analyzing the proteolysis. So we also analyze the data extracted from that FTIR data and analyzed statistically by the principal component analysis. And here is a correlation circle which is showing that the correlation circle A and B, which is a sample stored at a 30 degrees, 5 and 30 degrees Celsius of isolated precipitate extract. That is showing that in basically the fourth quadrant of the correlation circle, the sample is moving to second quadrant. Means it's increasing the absorbance that leads to formation of the different peptides during storage of a UST milk because of the proteolysis, and that causes the gelation during storage of the UST milk. So similarly, the correlation circle of the C and D, which is showing for the TCA extract, here is a more clear, that is the moving of fourth quadrant to second quadrant of the sample from that particular C and D correlation circles. So we just support that our method with traditionally used reverse phase HPLC method. So first A chromatogram, which is initially of the collected 0 day sample, B and C for the stored up milk sample at 5 degrees Celsius for 2 months and 4 months, and D and E chromatogram for the sample stored at 30 degrees Celsius for 30 degrees Celsius for 2 months and 4 months. So from the first chromatogram, it was found that there is a very less number of the peaks. Means there is a very less number of the peaks, means there is a no proteolysis. But after the storage of the 2 months, so there is a slightly increasing the number of the peaks. And after the 4 months, there is a again increasing the number of peptide peaks, and height of the peptide peaks also increasing. That means that during the progress of the storage meant the proteolysis will occur during. So in case of the 5 and 30 degrees Celsius, comparing between that, the 30 degrees Celsius chromatogram showing the higher number of peptide peaks and higher the height of the peptide peaks, means that is the particularly the hydrolysis of the protein molecule during storage of UST milk. So this is a TCA precipitate. So initially the more clarity in a TCA precipitate extract because it is a less diluted as compared to isolated precipitate extract. Another method we use that basically that is a colorimetric method, that is using the trinitrobenzene sulfonic acid. So during storage we found that the significantly increase in absorbance when the analysis by using the spectrophotometric means that is a leads to development of the free amino acid because of hydrolysis of the protein. So after 4 months, it was found that the very high level of the proteolysis in isolated precipitate extract as well as in the TCA precipitate extract. Another method also we use to support our study, that is the fluorosamine method. So that sample which is particularly use the isolated precipitate extract and TCA precipitate extract. In this method also the result found at a similar way to increase the progress of the fluorescence by storage. So basically, so apart from this proteolysis, also we analysis the root cause of the plasmin or protease enzyme. So there is a several type of the method which are available to analyze the protease activity, but that method are not too accurate because there is a repeatability of that method is a very poor due to the milk is a very white parts. So due to that white portion, it is causing the turbidity and it will giving the false result. So we use the clarifying reagent. So that clarifying reagent remove the turbidity from that the whitish part of the milk and it will giving the clear solution of the sample. So we found that during storage, the protease activity is also increases, means the protease which are active during the storage
during processing and storage of the UST milk and correlated these. So basically we found that so during storage, pH acidity is not significantly affected, but viscosity is slightly increased due to the denaturation of the whey proteins. So there was a found that the decrease out the NCN content. NCN content means there is a albumin, lactoglobulin, and serum albumin. So that is a decreases because of precipitation of albumin and globulin, and increases the NPN content. NPN means there is a non-protein nitrogen like as uric acid and some of the pre-amino acid that is responsible of the non-protein nitrogen. This is because of the release of the ammonia by precipitation of certain type of the amino acid. So particle size is also of the casein particle size. So casein particle size also found to be increased during the heating process of pasteurization and UST process. And apart from the heat induced changes like the lactulose molecules, so lactulose, it is a heat induced indicator which found to be increased during the UST milk. There was also found that the changes in the salt balance, which is a moving of the colloidal calcium into the soluble calcium and colloidal magnesium into the soluble magnesium. Also we found that a change in the color value, means like a slightly yellowish color, which is the moving of the milk to basically after the UST treatments. So apart from that, also we analyze the proteolysis by pH 4.6 for the raw milk, pasteurized milk, and UST milk. So during the storage, we stored that raw UST milk sample up to the 4 months and analyzed by every 1 month interval. So in that found that the acidity, which is a significantly increased during the storage, and contradictory is the pH value which is a decrease out. That is because of particularly the Maillard reaction occurs during the storage that form the different type of the formic acid during the storage that releasing increases the acidity content and decrease out the pH value. So viscosity also found to be increases during the storage that may be due to the proteolysis, hydrolysis of the certain type of the protein molecule that causes to aggregation and that leads to increase the viscosity. Sedimentation also found to be increases during the storage of the UST milk, that is because of the formation of the gel. So colloidal calcium and soluble calcium are found that the colloidal calcium are decreased out and soluble calcium are increased out because of change into the pH value. So pH, which is a major factor responsible for to the conversion of colloidal magnesium, calcium and colloidal magnesium to the soluble phases. So particle size, we also found that the particle size is aggregate. So earlier we discussed in our previous slide, there is a basically so mechanism of the enzymatic mechanism. So there is an aggregation of the casein micelle. So basically that casein micelle during the storage that is going to be aggregate because the hydrolysis of the molecule by the action of the protease enzymes, so that lead to causes the increases the particle size. So zeta potential, so hydrolysis of the negative charge of the amino acid, so that amino acid are increases the net negative charge on the particularly casein micelle size. So intensity of the particle also we analyze by using the zeta size, and we found that basically during storage the number of higher particle size which is increases as the storage period which is a progress. So non-casein nitrogen and non-protein nitrogen also we found that the increases during the storage because of the proteolysis, and certain type of the heat induced product like as a hydroxy methyl purpurol lactulose which is increases during the storage. So finally, I'm going to be concluded that so our developed ATR method, which is rapid, chemical less, and cost effective as compared to other available method, and our standardized protease method by using the clarifying reagents found to be more sensitive, high recovered, and cost effective as available of the traditional methods. So during storage, it was observed that in our study, so basically the protease activity increases simultaneously, the proteolysis also will be the progress, and it was also we revealed from our study not only the proteolysis is also responsible for the basically of the proteolysis, there are the some other factor like as the pH and calcium change in the phase of calcium and magnesium which also responsible for the gelations. So basically during that our work we have also published very nice articles in a reputed journal. This was the first article was published in a Journal of Dairy Research, that was the Cambridge University journals, and second one was published in a International Journal of Dairy Technology, that was the Belay Online Library Journals, and third was published in a Indian Journal of Dairy Science, and fourth one is under review, that is a Journal of Food Science and Technology. So for that my work also I received the many type of the awards. So I received the best poster award in the international conference. I received the basically Young Achiever Award for my PhD thesis work. Also I received the best poster award in another conference. Also I received the best thesis award in the one conference, and also I received the DuPont Mystery Scholar award because in the extended shelf life product we received that award and we got the prize about 75,000 Indian rupees. Also I received the Young Scientist Awards, and apart from this I also published the my papers in many of the conferences. Thank you so much. So if anyone having
Hello. Yes, any questions? Any questions to Dr. Ranveer? Just if you have any questions, you can text in chat box. We'll be asking behalf of you. Yes. Thank you very much, sir, for participating in this event. On behalf of organizing committee member Food Science Congress 2021, we want to thank you for your excellent presentation. Looking forward to meet again next time. Yes. Next, now we ask Dr. Sheikh Hadil, the PhD scholar from SMC College of Dairy Schools from India, to join the event and start presentation.
Sir, your voice is not audible.
Thank you, sir. Is it I'm audible to you?
Yes, just be online. Just be on. Yes, we are getting a proper voice from other sides. I think you are a problem from your side, I think.
No, sir. I'm audible to you. Actually,
yes, yes, sir. Yes, I'm fine.
Facing some network issue.
Hello. Is this fine, sir? Is it okay? Yes, sir. You can continue your presentation.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm asking that I'm audible right now.
Yes, yes, sir. It's fine.
Okay, thank you, sir. This my screen is visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Because I'm just share the screen. Okay. Hello. First of all, thank you for the organizer who gave me the opportunity to present my topic, that is the chemistry, nutritional properties and application of mare's milks, as well as congratulations to the organizer for us running this successful event, that is the webinar on food science and food safety. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Sheikh Adil. Presently, I am pursuing my PhD in the dairy technology from SMC College of Dairy Science. So now I'm going to start my presentation. So my topic is chemistry, nutritional properties, and the application of mare's milk. As all of you know that milk is considered as the universal food because it contains all the essential nutrients and vitamins which are generally required for the growth and maintenance of the human body, especially for the children. So this milk is generally considered as the integral part of human diet, which provides the essential nutrients and the vitamins. So these nutrients and the vitamins plays a significant role in healthy as well as the disease conditions, because other than the healthy conditions, this, whether it is the cow milk, buffalo milk, or the other species milk, it will also useful for the disease conditions. So as you all of you know that approximately 81 to 82% milk consumption from that cow species, the remaining 18%, among that 18, that 14 to 15% milk consumption from the buffalo species, and the remaining 4% is from that other species like goat, sheep, your donkey milks, mare's milk, and the other minor species. If you see the nutritional properties, so the nutritional and the therapeutic value of this mare milk was recognized very in the 5th century by the Herodotus, which is the great historian and also called as the father of history. So among that, as per this historian, this mare milk consumption is a very ancient practice which was mentioned by the author Homer in his poem Iliad. So recently interest increased in the Western European countries due to the possible health promoting characteristics of the mare's milk. If you consider the chemical composition and difference between the mare's milks and the cow milks, there are the certain difference in the other fat as well as the some protein. Among that, whey protein and the casein or the casein to whey protein ratios vary. So certain individuals suffering from milk, especially that infants, they are prefer the such type of milk which can give the better or the better allergenicity. So increasing in the food allergy, worldwide attention has been focused on the need of natural milk which has the good therapeutic as well as the nutritional profile and also suitable for the infant. Generally in Italy, this mare's milk is used as the substitute for the cow milk protein allergy. Generally these horses species, they are belongs to the member of the equidae family, and generally this due to the strength and the stamina, initially you know that the horses are only used for the transportation as well as the communication from one place to the another, as well as previously as well as in today's era they are used as the warfare as well as the sports. But in addition to that, there are the certain domestic horse species which are useful for the milk production as well as the milk consumption. So the scientific name of that domestic horse is Equus caballus, while the wild horse is the Equus ferus, and generally the lifespan of this both the species is 25 to the 30 years. So we are going to discuss only this Equus caballus species throughout my presentation. Here in this picture you can see that slight difference between the domestic horse as well as this wild horse. The next one is that yield of mare's milk. As you know that only, I'm just forget to say, only 0.1 to 0.2% worldwide milk consumption is from that mare's milk, which is the very low as compared to cow or the buffalo milk, because the yield of mare's milk is very low as well as the productivity is also low. So this yield of mare's milk is depend on the various intensive and the extensive factors such as the production system, milking management, size and body conditions of the particular mares, whether it is the dairy mares or the nursing mares, and as well as the genetic nutrition. So if you consider nursing mares, their yielding capacity is 25 gram per daily. So daily per kg body weight. So approximately the weight of nursing mares is 450 kg. So it will corresponding to 11 to 12 kg milk per day. While in case of the dairy mares, there is the 2500 to 3200 liters of milk per lactation, and the average lactation period of these mares is in between 120 to 180 days. In addition to that, there are the certain species that Lusitano, their average yield is 2000 to 2100, while in case of that Italian mares, their yield is 2900 to 3000 kg. Mares can be milked up to the 8 times per day in early mid lactation, while if you go for the late lactation, they are giving the 5 times per day in the late lactation. So if that species is the heavy, that horse is the heavy, so in that condition their yield is 18 kg milk per day, while if the condition of that particular mare is the small or their weight is less, so in that condition the average yield is 15 kg milk per day. Now we are going to move the chemical composition of mare's milk. Generally it is known that the composition of milk composition of milk varies between the various species as well as the mammary secretion, and one of the most important thing is that the structurally correlated to the nutrition requirements of the newborn of each species. So their composition is the varying. Here you can see that the lactose content is similar to the human milk, which is slightly higher than that of cow milk. While in case of this lactose, they are rich and the decreases with the advancing lactation. In addition to this, they are the also high levels of unsaturated fatty acid, but these are the much less sensitive to the oxidation due to the presence of natural antioxidants in the milk, such as vitamin C. Here in this table, you can see that I'm just mentioning the project composition of mare's milk as compared to the human and cow. So from the table, you can see that the total solid contents as well as the fat contents are the lower as compared to the human and the cow species, while this lactose content is the higher to the cow milk and similar to the this human milk. While in case of that ash content, which is lower, so this low ash content is important to improve the digestibility. So this is also one of the factor. These mare's milks are the preferred by the infants, or they are better for the allergenicity. Then the next is fat and the fatty acids. Generally the energy content of, here you can see that the fat content is very low, that 0.5 to 2% as compared to the human milk as well as the bovine milk. Generally the fat percentage in bovine milk is 4.5 to approximately 6%. In this case, this is a low. So due to this less fat content, it is the suitable for those who require the less fat in their diet, as well as the fat accounts for almost 25% of energy in case of these horses, while as compared to these two species, they are represent the 50% of energy value. Here in this table, you can see that the composition of fatty acids. So these mare's milks are characterized by the low amount of stearic acid, but contains the significant amount of the palmitic acid, which improve the bowel movement as well as the which also prevent the weight gain. In addition to that, other species, mare's milk is generally higher in the linoleic and the linoleic acid, because the horse feeds are the rich in this particular these fatty acids. So definitely their linoleic and the linolenic content are the higher. In addition to that, they are rich in the MUFA content. Sorry. Then the next one is the saturated fatty acid. Generally that saturated fatty acids of the mare milk mainly include the medium chain fatty acids, which are related to the absorption and the promotion of the both fat and the calcium. Here you can see that mare's milk and the cow milks are the monounsaturated fatty acids are the similar. So higher the intake of this saturated fatty acid, which leads to the cardiovascular diseases. Then the next one, the monounsaturated fatty acids. Generally, this MUFA helps against the cardiovascular disease. In addition to that, foods containing the monounsaturated fatty acid, which also reduce the low density lipoprotein cholesterol. Here you can see that the MUFA content is very less as compared to the human milk, but similar to the cow milk. Then the next one is the polyunsaturated fatty acids. Mare's milk contains the high amount, as I'm already discussed, that mare milk contains the high amount of linoleic and the linoleic acid which as compared to the other species. So mare's milk as well as the kumis, generally that fermented product prepared from the mares, if they are the high levels of long chain polyunsaturated fatty acid, which are useful for hepatitis, chronic ulcer, as well as the tuberculosis. Then the next one is that conjugated linoleic acid. So this CLA refers to the positional and the geometrical isomers of the linoleic acid. So recently this CLA is also called as the antioxidative and the anti-carcinogenic agent, which are useful to prevent the weight loss as well as the bodybuilding. Here in this table, in this slide, you can see that though the conjugated linoleic acid content is in very less amount, but still it acts as the anti-carcinogenic agents. Milk fat is an important source of potential anti-carcinogens from the naturally occurring CLA group. After that, the lipid composition. Now I'm going to discuss the amino acids as well as the protein content. So this mare's milk are the good source of essential amino acids. It is the resource of arginine, which are useful for the cell division as well as the wound healing. The next one is the valine, which is also useful for the energy supply for the muscle as well as the tissue, improvement of the hormonal balance. Then the next one is the histidine, which is useful for the allergenic diseases such as the ulcer. Then the leucine is also useful to control the blood sugar, and the methionine is also useful to prevent the liver damage as well as the improve the wound healing. In this table 3, you can see that the amino acid profile. So the amino acid profile of mare milk as compared to the human and cow milk is so aspartic acid, glycine, as well as this alanine, as well as the cysteine, they are generally higher as compared to the cow milk. Also the isoleucine content is slightly higher. Here these amino acids are generally higher as compared to the cow milk as well as the human milk. So these higher levels of serine is also useful for the proper functioning of the brain as well as the central nervous system. This glutamic acid is also important to improve in the cell divisions. Arginine as well as this valine is also useful for the muscle metabolism as well as the growth of muscle tissue. So these amino acids are the higher than the human milk. So it gives the unique nutritional characteristics as well as the potential for the dietetic food, generally for those who require the less fat, and due to their amino acid, because the maximum amino acid profile of mare's milk is similar to the human milk. So definitely the mare milk can be used as a substitute for the human milk. Then the next one is the protein content. So in this table, you just see that the protein content of mare's milk is slightly higher as compared to the human milk, but lower as compared to the cow milk. Then the next one is the casein composition of mare's milk. So in this table, you can see that the total casein is slightly higher as compared to the human milk, while as compared to the cow milk, it is very low. Alpha S1 and the alpha S2 casein represent that 2%, while the beta casein is represent the higher amount, that is the 8%. among the 10.2%, and the casein mast size is the generally higher as compared to these two species. Then the whey protein composition of mare as well as the human and the cow milk. So in this table, you can see that the immunoglobulin slightly higher as compared to the human as well as the cow milk. So this definitely these immunoglobulins are the useful for to improve the immunity in the various as well as the specially useful for the infants. And then the lactoferrin is slightly higher as compared to the cow milk, and the lysozyme, which is also act as the antibacterial, their content is high as compared to the these two species. Generally, this beta casein represents the 78.5 to 80%. As I am already discussed that it contains the 8% among the 10%, while this alpha and kappa casein is the less amount. So due to as the kappa casein is very less, so generally this type of mare's milk is not useful for the cheese manufacturing, which I will discuss later. Then the whey protein. Generally, that mare milk whey protein represents the 39% of the nitrogen fraction, while in the cow milk it is only about the 20%. But in case of that human milk, it is approximately 60%. So the main whey protein in the mare's milk are generally alpha lactoalbumin, beta lactoglobulins. Their percentage is slightly higher: lysozyme, immunoglobulin, serum albumin, and the lactoferrin. This alpha lactoalbumin generally is involved in the lactosynthesis in the mammary glands and represent the major source of essential amino acids in the human milk. Mare's alpha lactoalbumin show excellent health properties like antiviral as well as the anti-tumor and the anti-stress. That is the reason why this is used as the pharma food in Western countries as well as in Italy. Then the next one is that beta lactoglobulin. Generally, here you can see that the beta lactoglobulins of mare's milk is 2.5 gram per kg, while the cow milk is. But this beta lactoglobulin is absent in the human milk, and this is the considered as the main reason for the cow milk protein allergy in the infants in the developed countries. So generally, it has the two variants. One is the beta lactoglobulin 1, which represent the 80%, and the second one is the beta lactoglobulin 2, which represent the 20%. And both the variants shows the difference in their electrophoretic mobility as well as the chain length and the primary structure. Then the next one is that lysozyme. So this lysozyme is an enzyme which is closely related to alpha lactoalbumin, showing similar amino acid sequence and their dimensional structure. So these lysozyme act as the natural preservatives. Definitely, if it is acted as the preservative, it will impart or it will improve the shelf life of the raw mare's milks, also significantly higher than the in human and the cow milk. Then the lactoferrin. So this lactoferrin is an iron-binding protein and which has the many biological functions such as the here cellular growth, antimicrobial, antiviral functions, and as well as the protection against the cancer development and the metastasis, which is related to the spread of cancer cells to the new areas of the body. In addition to that, lactoferrin can also play a biological role directly in the gut as well as through its biotic to peptides called the lactoferrin and the lactoferrampin. Here you can see that the lactoferrin content is 0.22 gram per kg of milk, though their contribution is the lower, but generally it is 10 times higher as compared to the cow milk. So definitely you can consider that how the shelf life is better of mare's milk as compared to the cow milk. The next one is that immunoglobulins. Generally this immunoglobulin, if you consider that immunoglobulin G helps to prevent the various infections such bacterial as well as the virals. In bovine milk, generally this IgG is the predominant immunoglobulin, while in case of human and the mare's milk, it is the immunoglobulin A are the most representative antibodies. The antimicrobial properties of mare's milk may be attributed to the higher levels of lysozyme and the immunoglobulins in the milk, along with the enzymes like lactoferrin, lactoperoxidase, lysozyme. This immunoglobulin protect the immature immune system. After that immunoglobulins, here you can see that the vitamin content of the different milks. So from this table, vitamin C content of mare's milk is higher as compared to cow milk and also as compared to the mare's milk. So this vitamin C is useful, or it acts as the antioxidant. Last one, that mineral and the trace element. So this mineral content similar to the human milk, except that milk has higher levels of calcium and the phosphorus, and the milk produced in the first contain the highest levels of mineral element that is related to the fast growth of the foal, which is generally that young child of the mares, and having the age is 1 to 2 years. Here in this table you can see that the calcium content is very high as compared to the human and the cow milk. So this high calcium content is useful for the muscle contraction as well as the bodybuilding, as well as the for the growth of that bones and the teeth, in also regulate the heartbeat. Then the next one is the phosphorus is also in the higher amount. Then the magnesium is also in the highest amount. So this Mg is important to maintain the nerve cell growth and keep heartbeat stable. Then the next one is the microbial quality. As the lysozyme as well as the lactoferrin content of mare's milk is higher as compared to cow and the human milk, so definitely the shelf life of or the microbiological quality of mare's milk is higher as compared to the cow as well as the human milk. So this European Commission regulations allows to sell of raw mare's milk under the clause which is other milk producing species bacterial count is less than 5 lakh CFU per ml at the 30 degrees Celsius. This low microbial count is due to the good source of natural antimicrobial system, and the lactic acid bacteria contents of mare milk is range between 3.3 to 4.3 colony forming units multiplied by this 1000 per ml. So these higher levels of lysozyme and the immunoglobulins represents or the responsible for this lactic acid bacteria. So after that, the chemistry and the nutritional properties. Now I am going to discuss the application. Generally, the consumption of mare's milk is considered as the safe and nutritionally valid. So because of this, this mare's milk is considered as the pharma food in some countries. Also, the interest has been increased in the use of mare's milk for the human nutrition in the past several years, especially in the France and Germany. So the first application is the low allergenicity. The second one is the various therapeutic virtues. Next one is that it also acts as the anti-proliferative effect. The fourth one is that immune system, how that mare's milk is improve the immune of the various infants as well as the other. And the next one is that the cosmetic industry, though this concept is the new, but still if you see the history, that the Queen Cleopatra from that Egypt, generally she is taking bath in the either donkey as well as the mare's milk, because mare's milk contains a certain polyunsaturated fatty acid which are useful for the better skin. So I will discuss each and every application. So the first one is low allergenicity. So cow milk protein allergy generally is an increasing disease in infancy and the early childhood in the developing countries, approximately 2 to 5% of the children population. So definitely the scientists, they are going to develop the particular food which can be the better for the allergenicity for the children. So the mare milk can be therefore be used as a dietary ingredient for the children with severe immunoglobulin E mediated cow milk allergy. Then the next one is the therapeutic virtues. There are the various implications in which that mare's milk is helps, but most of the important is that tuberculosis, because the use of mare's milk for the treatment of the patients for the TB has been practiced for the long times in the Russia as well as the Mongolia. So definitely this mare's milk can be useful to control the TB as well as the cardiovascular disease, bronchial and the lung disease, which is reported by the supporter. Then the next one is the influence on the immune system. Generally today in the today's COVID area, everyone running for the better food, which are the better immune system. So definitely this mare's milk act as the better pharma as compared to improve the immune systems. So due to the high percentage of nutrients as well as the vitamins, amino acid, this mare milk contributes increase the adaptogenic properties of the body. Since Ig is the main immunoglobulin of the mare milk, in one of the study which is conducted by Focal et al. So they reported that the significant, if you consider 23 patients, so they reported that the significant effect on the index of severity of atopic dermatitis decreased from 30 to 25% after the 12 weeks of consumption, while this fecal bifidobacteria increases from 4.6 to 11.9%. Then the next one is that anti-proliferative effect. So that regular consumption reduces the risk of developing cancer. Generally, to reduce the cancer, Samul, which is considered as the frozen mare's milk as well as the Comis fermented mare milk, has an active therapeutic effect in the number of diseases, especially cancer as well as the TB. Then the next, that mare's milk, which has been heat treated, did not show positive effect. After the last one application is that the cosmetic industry. Generally, this mare milk is rich in the omega-3 and the omega-6 fatty acid as well as the certain vitamins and the mineral. So definitely they regenerate the skin and as well as they reduce the wrinkles from the skin. So that mare milk is used as the element of cosmetics. This cosmetic based on the horse milk are suitable for the all type of skin, such as in the even irradiated skins. So or that 65% they were unaware of the use of cosmetic with the addition of mare's milk. After that, the utilization of mare's milk, generally that mare milk can be, because in most of the countries only that milk products are prepared from the cow as well as the buffalo milks, while in case of other species, so this mare's milk can be used to convert into the kumis, which is the fermented milk, similar to the kefir, only that kefir grains are replaced by the mare's milk. Then the next one is the powder milks, which is generally used by the spray drying as well as the other freeze drying techniques. Definitely their shelf life is approximately 9 months to the 1 year. Then the frozen mare's milk, here you can see that the stomach and the cheese. Though there are the low literatures on the cheese manufacturing from the mare's milk due to their less capsaicin, but still one method is given by particular scientist. Here that you can see that the preparation technology of the kumis. Just I am discussing the cheese. As I am already discussed that the capsaicin of mare's milk is very low. So due to this low capsaicin, it is not possible to coagulate the mare milk with the chymosin, which is generally used for the coagulation of cheese, coagulation of milk during the cheese manufacturing. So this Dr. Giuseppe Enalena has discovered that camel chymosin, which is able to effectively clot the liquid milk. In the next slide, they just mentioned the protocol for the cheese making method. Here just I am cited the certain mare milk products. After that I am just citing the various cosmetic products, just such as Eucalypt capsule as well as the cream skin, this PPM special cream, nourishing night cream. In addition to that application, there are the certain markability, so that Professor Yun Senskis from the Kazakh National Nutrition Academy, they said that the mare's milk contains the important nutrient that can also help the cancer sufferers recover from the dose of that chemotherapy. So after that, I'm going to conclude my session. So from this presentation just evident, it is evident that the mare milk has the unique nutritional properties, and the further research is required to improve the milk quality and the yield, as the consumption of or the utilization of mare milk into the milk product is still very low, that is the 0.2%. Mare's milk is considered to have the numerous qualities mainly related to the human health because of its composition, which is similar to the human milk. Also, research is required to assess the effect of this processing of the activity of mare's milk in both that in vitro and the vivo. The level of public awareness of the use of mare milk in the medicine as well as the cosmetology is very low. So also required the well-organized farming in order to overcome the milk supply, as well as to improve the yield of mare's milk. The fourth one is that mare's milk product can also be used as a supportive therapies in the disease treatment and recovery due to their health chromatic substances and the limited allergenic properties. So as the productivity is less as well as the yield of mare's milk is less, so definitely their consumption is very low, that is 0.2%. In addition to that, the price of mare's milk is also higher as compared to the cow and mare's milk. If you see the prices of cow milk in the Indian subcontinent, it is approximately 60 rupees, while in case of that mare's milk, so its cost is approximately 2 to 3,000 liter. And in case of that price of mare's milk, so it is 250 euro, while in generally in the UK region approximately $26 for 1 liter. So thank you for listening patiently, as well as the thanks to the organizer who gives me and the opportunity to present my topic. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. It's a long presentation.
So still, that's why I'm just.
Yes. Yes. Any questions? Any questions to Dr. Sheikh Adil? Any questions? Yes. Thank you very much, sir, for presenting in this event.
Thank you, sir. So
yes.
I will stop my. Okay, thanks, sir.
Yes. On behalf of organizing committee members of Food Congress 2021, we want to thank you for your insight presentation. Looking forward to meet you again next time.
Yes.
Now we ask Dr. Marsiri Jacob from Department of Food Science and Technology from Punjab Agriculture University from India to join the event and start presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
It's going to start, sir. Just we need to wait.
Is it visible?
No, sir.
Okay, sir.
Hello, हाँ भाई.
Sir?
अरे मैं तुझे बोलूं क्या, तेरा जब प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट हुआ ना.
Hello. No, sir.
Sir, just a minute.
Okay, it's fine.
Sir, it's visible.
Yes, sir. Just you start sharing your PPT, sir, so that it will be.
Sir, visible. I'm sharing, sir. Actually.
Yes, it's fine, sir. Okay, sir, it's fine.
Okay. So, good evening to everyone. So today my presentation is about enhanced functional properties and shelf stability of muffins by fortification of quinoa-derived phytochemicals and residues. So what we did actually, actually I am from Punjab Agriculture University. So what we did, they have discovered or invented, I can say, they made Quinoa, a citrus fruit, a seedless quinoa that is not having seeds, but the number of seeds is very less, up to 2 to 4 seeds, which is naturally, which is about 16 or 10 to 15 seeds are present in the quinoa fruit. The quinoa fruit is a citrus fruit and it belongs to the Rutaceae family. So they discovered that, and I utilized its peel. I utilized its peel, its pomace. What is pomace? Pomace is the residue actually, which is remained after the juice extraction. That is called pomace. I dried that and I utilized it in muffins for the fortification of muffins. Plus, I derived phytochemicals like I derived actually flavonoids. I derived flavonoids from the peel only by supercritical fluid extraction, and I also I placed them, or I fortified the muffins with these phytochemicals, and then I have checked the shelf stability as well as other functional properties of the muffins. So as you know, so I have given you the introduction that this quinoa mandarin is a hybrid of king and willow leaf, and it belongs to the citrus family. And you know, a lot of wastage in its post-harvest management, post-harvest loss is around 21% in India, as well as a lot in the world. And generally, sir, 50% of the total fruit, 50% of the total fruit is getting wasted, but in terms of peel, in terms of pomace, and which is underutilized, and it's thrown away into the environment and is dumped, and which is causing a lot of environmental pollutions, and some toxic and hazardous environmental pollutants can also be produced due to these, because it is having high organic load inside, which is attracting a lot of microorganisms also. So so this has led a drive by the agro industries for waste reutilization and upgradation techniques to achieve new sources of income and to reduce the cost. So bakery items, why I utilized muffins is because in muffins, they are utilized, or they're the chief constituents of international food market. And muffins are generally having the problem, or you can say the cakes in the bakery products, they're having the problem of a lipid oxidation. So what was the main problem? The main problem or the outcome of this research topic was to utilize those phytochemicals as well as the powdered peel. I dried them. I dried the peel, I dried the pomace, and as well as I extracted the phytochemicals and I added them into the muffins. Then I checked, I compared the fortified muffins, which I fortified with peel, pomace, and phytochemicals with the control. And what I added in the control was butylated hydroxyanisole, an artificial antioxidant, which I added into the muffins. And then what I checked the physicochemical properties or parameters, the phytochemical analysis, like I have conducted phenolics, flavonoids, the antioxidant properties as well, like ferric reducing activity, as well as DPPH, dipycryl hydrazine activity. As you know, these two properties are generally different. Whenever we are talking about antioxidant activity, either the antioxidant activity can be chosen by two types. Either it can be reduction or it can be scavenging. These are two activities. So that is the reason why I have compared in between the two. That means FRAP as well as DPPH. And then how the muffins were prepared. So how the muffins were prepared, generally, you know, flour that is used is 100 grams, sugar, fats, baking powder, and all. These is the general manufacturing, what things we are utilized in making the muffins. So what I changed is the general flour. I changed the concentration. Like, for example, if it's 100 grams here, I have used, for example, I have changed the concentration of peel 5%, 10%, 15%, and 20%. That means 20 grams. I I have fortified with, I have changed the concentration of both peel as well as pomace. Plus, I have changed the concentration of phytochemicals as 1%, 2%, 3%, and 4%, and I have utilized them into the muffins. So what I checked, the quality parameters which I checked was a specific volume, which is generally done for muffins, free fatty acids, peroxide value, color change, sensory evaluation, as well as statistical analysis. So during in the results and discussions, you can see the proximate properties of wheat flour, peel powder, pomace powder, as well as phytochemical extracts. So what were the extracts? Actually, the extraction was done by supercritical extraction. As you know, this is the green technology which is utilized for the extraction of phytochemicals, because it does not have any residues. It does not like solvents, methanol, ethanol. Generally, ethanol is grass, is having a grass certification, as well as isoamyl alcohol is also considered as a green solvent, as well as water is also considered as a green solvent. But depending upon the type of extraction and the yield of the phytochemicals, because what I checked, I have actually gone for the preliminary test in supercritical fluid extraction. I have changed the co-solvents, I have changed the pressure, critical pressure, as well as critical temperature to yield more amount of phytochemicals. And generally, you know, for supercritical fluid extraction, whatever, if you want to have the more yield, you have to change the critical temperature, critical pressure, as well as the feed air, the speed of the air which flows inside solvent. So I have done that, and finally, after the preliminary treatments, I have got the yield, best yield of flavonoids. Then I have added them into the phytochemical, into the muffins. So this is the general proximate properties. If you can see, moisture, protein, fat, crude fiber, ash percentage, and other things were also done. But here it's missing. I'm sorry, it's missing here. So I have not. So I will be showing you. So if you can see, compare here, wheat flour was having more amount of moisture, but the moisture which we considered in case of peel was less than 10%. But pomace, the final concentration of moisture was 11%, because as we were decreasing the concentration, still the amount of water was present that much, and protein was present in more in the flour. Fat percentage was more in the pomace, and as well as crude fiber, it was more in pomace as well as peel powder. So after we added the peel, we incorporated the peel, you can see the concentration 0%, 5%, 10%, 15%, and 20%. The overall acceptability or the sensory parameters were evaluated on the basis of hedonic scale, and they gave the value, and this is the overall acceptability. And what we got, that means the best value for in changing the concentration of peel, it was 10%. It got the highest or the maximum value or maximum overall acceptability, and it was chosen as the final concentration. That means 10% of the peel was considered as the best. Okay, and in case of pomace, it was 5%, because in pomace, generally the percentage of limonoids is a bitter principle, or the, you know, if you have ever seen the citrus juice, if you are storing it for some time, it turns bitter. Why it turns bitter? It is due to the bitter principles which are present in the seeds, which is or in the pomace also, or in the juice. When it gets extracted, naringenin, this is one flavonoid which turns bitter, as well as limonoids. Like if you have seen neem leaf, why is it bitter? It's due to these limonoids. And this limonoid which is present in this pomace, it is due to the seeds, because seeds are also present, and during extraction some amount of seeds are also getting broken up, and when we are adding them, actually I have separated the seeds also, but still the amount of limonoids was still present inside. So as soon as I fortified the muffins with these 5% of pomace, it was still having some bitter taste. So we have to see also this thing, that it should have a good consumer acceptability. So 5% was enough was chosen as the final concentration. So in case of peel, it was 10%. In case of pomace, it was 5%. And then in case of phytochemicals that we incorporated, the extracts, it was 4%. The 4% got the highest overall acceptability. And then what we checked, as you can see, the samples on the right hand side top, you can see MP, MPO, MC, and MPH. What does MP mean? Muffins with peel. Muffins with peel. MPO means muffin with pomace. MC means muffins with control. This control is the butylated hydroxyanisole, is the artificial one. Then MPH is with the phytochemicals, is with the muffins that have been prepared with the phytochemical extracts. So the chosen samples like phytochemicals and antioxidant activity, you can see TPC is the total phenolic concentration, then total flavonoid concentration. In TPC, you can see MPH was showing the maximum value. The extracts which we added, it showed the maximum value as well as the peel. It was showing the maximum value, or if they were significant, we can say like this. Total flavonoids were also seen in MPH, okay? And in the carotenoids, again, the samples with MPH, it showed the maximum value. So guys, sir, all of you, if you know the MPH in muffins, we are adding glycerol monostearate. And this is actually a type of, you can see, an emulsifier. Plus you can also add some amount of egg. Egg is also added. Okay, so when egg is added, the lecithin and these phytochemicals, they get bind up. And they prevent these phytochemicals from getting exposed to the heat, because you know in muffins the general temperature or baking temperature is around 180 degrees centigrade, or sometimes it can vary 140 to 180 degrees centigrade, and the time, it depends upon the time also. So then it must have reduced activity, but due to these glycerol monostearate and the lecithin which was present naturally in the eggs, they have prevented its activity. Okay, and the DPPH value which was seen, it was maximum in the phytochemicals, and the reduction, the less activity was seen in the synthetic one. And the color values were also more in the phytochemical, because due to the carotenoids, it gave the orange color. The orange to yellow color was due to the carotenoids. And because in case of supercritical acid extraction, generally non-polar solvents are being extracted. Non-polar, you can say, materials, generally for fat. So maximum extraction which was done, which was in the yield, was in the carotenoids, the value of carotenoids. So carotenoid percentage was also seen to be increased, as well as in case of flavonoids, we're having two types of flavonoids. One is having a glycone and glycone flavonoid. That means one which is binded with glucose, and those flavonoids which are not which are not binded with the glucose. Okay, so the concentration was more in the aglycone part in case of supercritical, because I have done done LCMS also, which I have not shown in this presentation. This was generally about muffins. So this what we have done. So in the graphs, as you can see, then we stored for 15 days. Generally, the muffins, if you have seen, they're placed at cold storage, in cold, like in freeze, not in freezers, in fridge. You can see, if you have ever visited any shop, they might be keeping it in refrigerator, right? So the general temperature is around 4 to 4 degrees centigrade, but I have kept them in ambient conditions. And during the first 7 days, the moisture content was increasing. As well as the microbial activity was also seen, because the microbes, they start attacking under ambient conditions. So the free fatty acids, you know, what are free fatty acids? Generally, you know, when foods are there, generally the fats are present in the form of triglycerides. But with storage, like after some days, these triglycerides, they hydrolyze and they yield free fatty acids. They yield free fatty acids as well as glycerol. So if, for example, if the product is showing more amount of free fatty acids, that means it has been stored for many days. And you can see the percentage of free fatty acids have been increasing with this, right? But the amount of free fatty acids was seen less in the phytochemical one, the muffins which were fortified with phytochemicals, and with the peel. But with the pomace and with the control, the values were non-significant almost. The values were almost non-significant. Then in the peroxide value is also, it also gives us the estimation of, you can see the deterioration of or the spoilage of fats. The spoilage of fats, it is also being given by the peroxide value. So if with storage or with the increasing days under ambient conditions, the peroxide value was also increasing. But due to the scavenging activity, due to the antioxidant activity of the phytochemicals, what was seen, the value of peroxide value was seen less in case of phytochemicals as well as in the peel. So then in the antioxidant activity value, they were seen to be constant. There was no significant change, and it was constant. Then it was less in case of the control. Now, in the conclusion, what we found in this study, what we found in the study was that we can utilize the peel. That means the seedless quinoa peel. It was also having the same activity as that of the quinoa, which is naturally present. Okay, and it's also having some beneficial effects, as we have been hearing: anti-proliferative activity, antioxidant activity, cancer preventing activity, and it has been seen the hesperidin and quercetin values, they were also very in high concentration. The relative abundance of these phytochemicals were found to be in maximum concentration, and we can say that they can increase the shelf stability of muffins. They can increase the shelf stability of muffins if they are kept at under ambient conditions. And generally, under ambient conditions, the shelf life of muffins is 6 to 7 days. But with the addition of peel and with the addition of phytochemicals, the shelf life, it was increased up to 15 days. It was increased up to 15 days. And thus we can say that the utilization of quinoa waste and its phytochemicals as chief bioactive compounds can be used as an inexpensive, efficient, and environmental friendly platform for the production of novel nutraceuticals or novel phytochemicals. Thank you so much. So if anyone is having any questions, so you can say.
Yes. Any questions? Any questions to Dr. Jacob?
So,
any questions? Just if you have any questions, you can text here. We'll be asking behalf of you. You can text in chat box. Yes. Thank you very much, sir, for participating in this event. Yes, on behalf of our organizing committee members of Food Congress 2021, we want to thank you for instant presentation. Looking forward to meet you again next time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now we ask Dr. Pranal Nikim from Dairy Chemistry Division from National Dairy of Research Institute of Karnal, Haryana, from India. It is the last talk of the event today.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Okay, now I am going to share my slides. Okay, hope it will be visible. Okay.
Yes, madam.
Okay. So thank you for the organizers for selecting my topic, as this conference belongs to food science and food safety. So I found this topic is highly relevant to today's webinar. So I am Pranali Nikam. I am a PhD scholar at National Dairy Research Institute. I am in third year, so I am almost finishing my work. And after 10 days, I am going to submit my thesis also. So only one part I am going to present in this webinar, in this today's webinar. So my today's topic is selective colorimetric sensor for sensitive quantification of mercury in milk using gold nanoparticles. So before starting to my introduction, I want to just give brief idea about my research work. Actually, I have used 3 types of nanoparticles for my study for the detection of mercury in milk, like gold nanoparticle, silver nanoparticle, and triangular silver nanoplates. I also developed paper-based technique for detection of mercury in milk matrix also, but that will be based on microfluidic device. But here I am discussing about the detection system based on gold nanoparticle only. So I would like to start my presentation. So mercury, as we know, it is one of the heavy metal, which is so dangerous, and it is found in environment. Mainly, it is released from the natural and anthropogenic sources, mainly man-made activities like coal burning, small-scale mining for metals like gold and silver also. So mercury, basically it is silver white in color. In Latin word, it is also called as hadrargium, which is called as liquid silver. But some agency, like US Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, that is ATSDR, they have declared mercury and its product like mercury, mercury 2 plus, metallic mercury. They are second most toxic substances for the human being because of the adverse effect of mercury. So they declared as a toxic substance for the human beings. According to the IARC, that is International Agency for Research on Cancer, they classified mercury and its compounds. They are possibly carcinogen to human beings because of their acute and chronic toxicity for the human beings. So there, in this slide, you can clearly see in that there are some news in media like India may become a hotspot for the mercury poisoning, maybe because of mercury pollution in the environment. Many disasters in earlier 1932 and 1966, you might be heard about. Because of methyl mercury, there is a big disaster, and mercury causes minimata as a disease in Japan. In Iraq also, in 1971, they found the contamination of mercury in some grains. So many, about 40,000 people, they get poisoned because of methyl mercury. In India, high traces of lead. It is also one of the heavy metal, and traces of mercury they have found in buffalo milk. In most of the places of India, mainly water is palatable water is contaminated of mercury. Hence, we thought there is a need for the detection of mercury. A simple method should be there for the detection of mercury in milk as well as in water system. So as we know, there are many uses of mercury. It is mainly uses in medical devices like thermometer. Some pesticides and fertilizers also has mercury. Dental fillings, of course, you might be know amalgam they are using for dental filling. It has mercury. Some dyes like kumkum in India we are using for as a coloring agent. And also many ladies and female they are using after marriage for putting on their hair. Some batteries, paints, and lamps they also contains mercury. Some pharmaceutical and personal care products also contains traces of mercury. So maybe nowadays these pharmaceutical and personal care products may be banned today, but earlier they are using. So this slide shows mercury pollution in India. So about 7 to 8 places of mercury, places of India, they are highly contaminated with the mercury ions, and these are the places. And this is the as per report of Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi, which is found in 2018. And according to Global Mercury Assessment, these sites highly contaminated with mercury pollution. So after China is the major country which is responsible for the mercury pollution in the world, followed by the India. So in India, the mercury pollution is mainly because of anthropogenic sources like small scale gold mining, coal combustion, non-ferrous metal producing, cement production, consumer products like cosmetic products, and other sources maybe. So these are some toxic effects of mercury. As mercury, it will be easily bioaccumulate into the vital organs. So it may cause many birth defects, Mina Mata disease. You might be, you already heard about this. Many kidney defects, brain damages, and it is also carcinogenic. So it causes cancer also. It also cause vision defect, reproductive defects. It mercury mainly acts on DNA, so it may cause reproductive defects also. So talking about the mercury contamination in milk, actually mercury is contaminated in milk, maybe because of consumption of contaminated water by the milch animals. And these milch animals may secrete mercury into the milk, but possibility is very low. But still there will be the chances of secretion of mercury through the milch animals into the milk. Milk also get contaminated due to at the time of production because of using of contaminated water for washing of animals. Also some traces may be found. Milk adulteration is the major problem in India. So among the adulterants, water is the major adulterant. So if someone is added contaminated water into the milk, mercury contaminated water into the milk, so milk will also be get contaminated due to this source also. So these are some regulation which has given by different regulatory bodies for maximum limits of mercury that it should be in milk. According to FSSI, it should be 1 ppm. According to Codex Alimentarius, it should be 0.5 ppm. And WHO recommend 0.01. European Union recommend 0.01 ppm, and according to WHO, provisional tolerable weekly intake for the mercury containing products, that is 0.05 mg per kg of the body weight. So these are some survey reports around the world. They found contamination of milk and milk product with the mercury. Traces of mercury they have found, and they found mercury exceeds in MRL, which is established by the Codex and other agency also. So basically, there are some advanced instrumentation techniques for the detection of mercury in milk, like graphite furnace, atomic absorption spectroscopy, cold vapor atomic fluorescence spectroscopy, cold vapor generation atomic absorption spectroscopy, and also ICP-MS. You might be heard. But these techniques, they are highly sophisticated. They also gives very accurate result, very accurate detection of mercury. But these all methods have disadvantages, like they are very complicated, highly cumbersome. They need high expertise for the operation of these instruments. These instruments also time consuming also, and various pre-treatment of samples also required before the analysis. So we thought there will be a requirement for the development of simple, rapid, low cost, sensitive and portable method for the detection of mercury in the milk. So we have selected gold nanoparticle for the detection of mercury in milk. So the mechanism, principle behind the sensing of mercury or metal ion for that by using gold nanoparticle, it is based on two types. So first is based on aggregation of gold nanoparticle, and another is based on the disaggregation of gold nanoparticle. So here, if we have gold nanoparticle solution, which is basically in red color, ruby red color, because gold nanoparticles mainly they have uniform size, uniform thickness, and uniform distribution. But in presence of other analyte, they will change their properties. They might be aggregated, they might be increase in their size. So due to aggregation, they will change the color, their native color, from red to blue. So in first mechanism, that is based on aggregation, in presence of metal ion, if we add metal ion into the gold nanoparticle solution, they will change the color of the solution from red to blue. It is so simple mechanism. Another mechanism is disaggregation of the gold nanoparticle. Suppose we have gold nanoparticle solution, and if we add functionalizing agent, any functionalizing ligands, it can be sulfur containing compounds, it can be nitrogen containing compounds, for the particularly used for the detection of metal ion. So if we add these functional ligands into the gold nanoparticle solution, they will change the color of gold nanoparticle from red to blue and results in the aggregation. But in presence of metal ion, they prefer to bind with the functionalizing agent. So they bind with the functionalizing agent and they release into the solution, and our gold nanoparticle solution will be remaining dispersed state. So they are become non-aggregated condition. So based on this mechanism, in my research, I have selected this mechanism, that is the aggregation mechanism. So first of all, I have optimized different condition for the colorimetric detection of mercury by using gold nanoparticle. So for this, first I have synthesized gold nanoparticles by using citrate reduction method, which is also called as chemical reduction method, in which gold ions, they will be get synthesized into the metallic form. Here I have used gold salt, that is HaUCl4, that is nothing but the gold chloride salt. So I prepared this solution about 200 millimolar in milky water or deionized water, basically double distilled water. So I have refluxed this solution by the addition of 10 ml of 38.8 millimolar sodium citrate. So after addition of this sodium citrate, what happened? Gold, whatever the gold particles are there, they are becoming in metallic state. So during the synthesis, the color of the gold nanoparticle, initially it is color of the solution, initially it is colorless, but after the addition of gold chloride, it will be like pale yellow, then it will be black color, then followed by violet color, purple color, and ruby red color. So there will be the formation of ruby red color. That means your gold nanoparticles become synthesized, and these all color changes will be happen within 1 minute. And further, I have after addition of this sodium citrate, further I have refluxed it for 20 minutes so that it won't change the native color of gold nanoparticle. So then finally this solution I have cooled at room temperature, and I have further characterized whether these gold nanoparticles are synthesized properly or not. So first freshly synthesized gold nanoparticle I have characterized by using UV visible spectrophotometer. So gold nanoparticle has their own characteristic optical properties, you can say SPR, that is surface plasmon resonance, which is nothing but the oscillation of the electrons, maximum oscillation of the electrons on the surface of the solution. So freshly synthesized gold nanoparticles, they have SPR peak at 520 nanometer wavelength. This you can clearly see here is the sharp peak of the gold nanoparticle solution. If there is any contamination will appears, then this peak will be shifted maybe here or there. But the synthesized gold nanoparticle solution, whatever I have synthesized in my lab, it has a very sharp peak. Then further, I characterize these gold nanoparticle for the size by using DLS measurement, that is dynamic light scattering measurements. So I found the average size of this synthesized gold nanoparticle at around 18 nanometer. With the Z-tap potential of minus 26 millivolt. So negative sign indicates that these gold nanoparticles has negative charge on their surface. So they are highly stable because of sodium citrate. Because sodium citrate here we used for reducing agent as well as a capping agent also. So it will help to stabilize the synthesized gold nanoparticles because of the negative charge. Further, these nanoparticles I have characterized by using TEM analysis, that is transmission electron microscopy, at around 80,000 80,000 magnification. So I have found these gold nanoparticles are well dispersed. You can clearly see there are mono single particles are there in the solution. They are not in aggregation form. These nanoparticles, each nanoparticles I picked separately for determination of size, and I have determined the size of these nanoparticles by using ImageJ software, and I have found this nanoparticle has size around 14 nanometers. So finally, for the colorimetric detection of mercury, for my assay, I have taken 500 microliter of gold nanoparticles, synthesized gold nanoparticle, followed by the addition of mercury containing solution to 50 microliter around. Mixture was mixed, and I have added 500 microliter of lysine. Role of lysine I will be discussed in next slide. This is just my protocol for the estimation of mercury in milk. And this mixture was incubated for 15 minutes, and UV visible spectral analysis were analyzed. Finally, the absorption ratio, that is absorption at 640 to absorption at 520 nanometer was evaluated. So how this was taken, I will be discuss here. So in this graph, you can see these are nothing but the colorimetric response of the assay on UV visible spectra. So this red color, that is synthesized gold nanoparticle spectra, which has sharp peak. After the addition of mercury solution, the color of the gold nanoparticle doesn't change. Also, the after addition of lysine, color of gold nanoparticle doesn't change. But in presence of mercury and lysine and gold nanoparticle, color of this solution changes to blue color, which clearly indicates there will be the aggregation. And we can found here in presence of mercury and lysine, there will be a new peak generated at around 640. That is nothing but the aggregation tendency of gold nanoparticle in presence of mercury. So I have taken this 640 to 520 ratio for calculation for calculating the aggregation behavior of gold nanoparticle in presence of mercury. What is the sensing mechanism behind the detection of mercury by using gold nanoparticle? Here you can clearly see here is the gold nanoparticle, citrate cap gold nanoparticle, which has negative charge on the surface. But in presence of mercury, mercury was adsorbed on the surface of the gold nanoparticle with the replacement of these weakly bound citrate ions. And in presence of lysine, these gold nanoparticles get aggregated. Why it is aggregated? It may be because of lysine contain NH2 group, functional group. It will be it has more attracting tendency to mercury, so they will directly form coordination bridges between the mercury and the NH2 group, and hence gold nanoparticle solution turn from red to blue color, and there will be the increasing in size. For further clarification, for further verification of this mechanism, I have again done TEM analysis. So in presence of, this is the native TEM micrograph of gold nanoparticle, and this is the gold nanoparticle plus mercury, gold nanoparticle plus lysine, and this micrograph shows gold nanoparticle plus mercury plus lysine. So here clearly we can see that gold nanoparticles, they will get aggregated in presence of mercury, and mean particle size was increased from 14 nanometer to 100 nanometer. For further characterization, I have again confirmed with Z average of 94 from 18 nanometer changes to 94, and zeta potential also increases from -26 to -12 nanometer only. It means these gold nanoparticles are not stable when it will be get aggregated in presence of mercury. So final optimization was done by taking different concentration of lysine. I have seen effect of lysine over this developed method. So I have added 0.05 to 1 millimolar of lysine, and I have found that the aggregation ratio of this gold nanoparticle in presence of mercury, I have kept mercury concentration constant. So after 0.6, there will be no further increase of this graph. It means no further increase of this aggregation of gold nanoparticle, and these are the relevant photographs of gold nanoparticle solution after the addition of different concentration of lysine. So after this, visibly the color is same only, but in UV visible spectrophotometer, the color is not same. So there will be no change after 0.6 millimolar lysine concentration. To see the effect of pH on this developed method, I have studied in presence of mercury and in absence of mercury and in presence of mercury also. So in absence of mercury, the gold nanoparticle doesn't change its color, but it is changed below the pH, that is below the pH 5.5 and 5. It may be because of in presence of more acid, these gold nanoparticles are not stable. They are aggregated because of net negative charge. In presence of acidic pH, it will be neutralized, and these gold nanoparticles get aggregated. But in presence of mercury at pH 6, these are aggregated. And in presence of mercury below pH level 5.5, they are also aggregated, but this may be because of again more H plus ions are there under low acidic condition. There, that is why they are aggregated. So we are kept this pH for study. Again, we can found it is also aggregated at pH 9 also, but the aggregation ratio was more as compared to pH 9. Hence, this pH was we have selected for my experiments. To see the effect of reaction time, we have seen the kinetics aggregation in presence of different concentration of mercury, that is 0.5 ppm, 1 ppm, and 2 ppm. And we have found that after 15 minutes, there will be no change in the aggregation ratio. Hence, 15-minute incubation time was selected for my study. Then after optimization all these parameters, I have created a calibration curve in deionized water, that is in pure system. So I got linear graph in presence of different concentration of mercury, that is 10 to 800 ppb. And these are the relevant. In as the concentration of mercury is increases, color of the gold nanoparticle also turns from red to blue with the more intensity of blue color. And these are the relevant spectra. As mercury concentration is increases, these spectra will be increases. So these are my summary about the detection method in pure system for mercury. So linear curve I got in 10 to 800 ppb with the limit of detection for 5.49, and this assay was completed within 15 minutes. So for the milk sample, first milk has many proteins, lactose and fat. So we can't use as it is for the analysis. So we have optimized this method for the digestion of milk proteins. So we have used different concentration of nitric acid, hydrochloric acid, and strong oxidizing agent for the digestion of proteins. So these are the final protocol. I have digested this protein by using green technology in ultrasonication by using ultrasonication energy at 20 kilohertz to 750 kilowatt, and until to get clear solution of milk. So after addition of this acid, protein content in the milk, they will be get precipitated, and finally they are centrifuged at 3500 rpm for 5 minutes, and they are filtered. So in filtered only our analyte is present, and the pH of filtered was adjusted with 0.1 millimolar NaOH, that is 6 pH I have adjusted. So before the analysis, I have spiked different milk sample with different concentration of mercury, and finally extracted with these protocols. And analysis was done by using my developed method. So this is the calibration protocol at different concentration, that is from 10 to 800. So I got good R square in this range. This is the relevant spectra. This is the relevant color change of the gold nanoparticle in presence of different concentration of mercury. So for the practical application, I have picked different tap water samples from my campus and also milk samples from my campus. So initially in these samples, I have not found any mercury traces of mercury in my tap water and milk samples. So I have spiked with these from 100 to 400 ppb of mercury, and I have detected with these and with this recovery. So I got a very good recovery by using my method, that is around 95 to 101% recovery, and in my milk sample 93 to 105%. So for my developed method, my linear curve I obtained from 10 to 100 ppb with the limit of detection 9.2. My system can this developed method can detect 9.2 ppb of mercury. If it is present below 9.2, it can't be detected. So further confirmation, I have studied interferences of amino acids, because I have used lysine amino acid. In milk, there are a variety of amino acid, around 20 amino acids are present. So I have to see the interference of these amino acid in my assay. Again, I have checked different interferences of different metal ions. I have mixed, I also checked in presence of mixed metal ions. For this, I have kept mercury concentration constant, and I have added 5 ppm of this solution. And for amino acid, I have kept 0.6 millimolar concentration for all these amino acid. And finally, I have checked check the interferences with my developed assay by using UV visible spectrophotometer, and also by using naked eye. So I have found first effect of amino acid in absence and in presence of mercury ions. So in absence of mercury ions means I have added only gold nanoparticles and different amino acid solution. So there will be no interference. But in presence of mercury, there will be interference of lysine only. Means lysine only able to aggregate gold nanoparticle in presence of mercury, and somewhat arginine amino acid. It also changed color from red to gray color. So, but the aggregation ratio was quite less as compared to lysine. Lysine has more aggregation ratio. So there will be little interference of this arginine in my assay. But if you originally if we talk about the concentration of amino acid, it is in micromolar concentration, so it won't be get interfere more in milk matrix because I am using such a high concentration of amino acid, that is around 0.6 millimolar. The effect of metal ions, other metal ions also haven't it don't have any interference, but in presence of mercury and mixture of metal ions only uh, uh, shows the color response of gold nanoparticle. So so this method is highly selective for mercury only. So my key findings are gold nanoparticle based method is based methods only, or lysine and arginine produce are able to change colorimetric response, but lysine has more aggregation ratio as compared to the arginine, and there is no interference, little or negligible interference for my assay. For further validation of my extraction protocol, that is ultrasound assisted extraction protocol, I have validated by using ICP-MS, that is an advanced technique for the determination of mercury ion or heavy metal ions. So I have plotted initially concentration of different mercury solution at the rate of 0.1 to 10 ppb, and I got a good linear curve by using ICP-MS. Further, I have spiked different mill sample with a concentration of these, and by using ultrasound assisted extraction method, and I have detected this much of recovery, that is a good recovery, that is above the 90%. Here it is comparison through gold nanoparticle. I got recovery of 93 to 102% and ICP-MS 95 to 102. It means both methods, these methods has same as. So my conclusion is that the developed method is very simple as compared to advanced detection method, and it is highly reliable for detection of mercury in pure as well as in milk battery sample. And method whatever I use for the extraction of mercury from milk sample, that is ultrasound assisted extraction method, it is able to extract mercury from the milk sample, and it is validated by using ICP-MS, and no interference of other environmental relevant metal ions were observed by using my developed methods. Thank you, sir. Hope so. I have clear my presentation from my side, as it is so much chemistry basis.
Yes,
And thank you so much for giving me opportunity for presenting my research work. Thank you so much, sir.
Any questions? Any questions to Dr.?
Yeah, please.
Dr. Pranali.
It's having application in cereal-based foods.
Actually, gold nanoparticle works on aqueous phase. So if it is in aqueous phase, your sample it is in aqueous phase, you can easily use. You can give some treatment to your cereal foods also, and after extracting by using some pre-treatment, good methods of extraction, you can use this method.
You said no, it's based on the lysine. Lysine actually is making a coordination compound.
Yeah.
On the basis of lysine, then only it's able to determine, right?
Yes.
But cereal-based foods like rice is deficient in lysine. I'm saying, for
Yeah,
example,
it is no matter whatever your sample contain lysine or not, but for detection system you have to add 0.6 millimolar of lysine solution for detection only. Yeah,
spiking.
it is a detecting agent, you can say. Yeah. I think no more questions. Yeah. Sorry, I am unable to listen your voice. Unmute, please unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, madam, for participating in this event. On behalf of on behalf of organizing committee member of Food Congress 2021, we want to thank you for your excellent presentation. Looking forward to meet again next time in physical event.
Of course, sir. I will always be. It will be benefited for me also.
Yes.
Yeah.
We hope you have enjoyed it. If you have questions wasn't answered during this period, you can share through mail within the next 2 days. So yes, almost we have successfully completed all the speakers, madam. Just we are going to complete the conference.
Yeah.
Yes. If you go to vote of thanks, thank you very much to all the participants, those who joined this webinar on food safety and food science during this period having different time zones. Our most sincere thanks to all the keynote speakers, plenary speakers, students, delegates, journal collaborators, media partners who are joined from different destinations around the globe for their support and cooperation. Let us thank speakers who have responded so well to our invitations to participate in this conference. We have researched several papers which will inform the basis of our discussions in these various sessions. Let us thank you all the associated with this conference by your presence. A special thanks to Program Manager Ms. Anna Jones for her continuous effort in putting us all together under one platform in this online event. Epinopic keynote speakers from lecturers from Dr. Wingling, Dr. Judyot Vio, and session speakers Dr. Diaz, Dr. Mudir Pudur Mohammed, Dr. Aish Vilankar, Dr. Giorgio Smaldon, Dr. Jinsi George, as Dr. Parmir Kaur, Dr. Swartan Ranveer, Dr. Sheikh Hadil, Dr. Yacob, and the list, the speaker will be Dr. Pranay Nikam. Especially thankful to Dr. Juliet as well as Dr. Diaz. Dr. Parmit Kaur has a number of questions. If everything goes well in 2021, hope we all join in physical event on same topic, that will be food science and food safety. Electronic certificate ebook will be sent through email in 2 to 3 working days after the completion of the conference. Finally, we extend our appreciation to each of you for your participation in this online conference. Thanking you. Have a nice day. This is signing off. Madhu Bhupati. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Have a
Thank you
nice
very much.
day. Okay, good night.
Have a nice day.
Yes, thank you very much.
All the best.